radi.
Is it on?
It's okay.
Good?
Not very good, but okay.
Okay, we can begin. Yes? All right. Hello and welcome to this panel. It's the 2 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, 25 minutes after 2 o'clock panel, whatever. It's not a time travel. Hello and welcome. This is a very interesting subject which will be covered in the panel because we always talk about smart cities, what makes a city smart. And we have learned, I think, even in everyday language, what is the Internet of Things, what are the sensors and the technology and machine learning and all these AI techs which will be used in our cities. But unfortunately, this is not about Thessaloniki, it's about Belgrade. I'm sorry I have to say that to both of you. So anyway, let's start with Belgrade and we'll see about Thessaloniki. Yes? Okay. So with me, Mr. Sotiris Bithas, Marketing Director, Telecommunications and Enterprise Software Solutions at Intracom Telecom, and Ms. Natasha Petrusic. She's the Head of Department for Monitoring and Environmental Protection in the city of Belgrade. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Sorry. Okay, problem with the time zones. Hello and welcome. How did you find Thessaloniki?
Oh, it's really nice. My favorite town in
Your
Greece.
favorite town. Okay, so if you're finished with Belgrade, you come to Thessaloniki then.
Of course.
Yes? Good.
Of course.
Right. We agree. First of all, let's describe Belgrade a bit and this cooperation, which is a technical project, and it's not exactly a computer because it's many things together, right? It's not just a new data center or a control room. These are more holistic approaches, as I understand. Tell us some things about Belgrade, the special needs you have regarding the environment and the use of the city.
Okay. Belgrade, first, I'm glad I'm here. I'm very happy about that because we have a very, very good cooperation with the Intercom Telecom company. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And also, I can say Belgrade is the capital and the largest city in Serbia. There are 2 big rivers, more than 20 small rivers and streams on the territory of Belgrade, 15 lakes, and 2 mountains on the city area. That is big natural values and we have to protect that values. So from 1974, Secretariat for Environmental Protection is part of the city administration in Belgrade. And we have a lot of responsibility, but today I will talk about air quality because our project is in that area. So we have a problem. One of the biggest problems in Belgrade is air pollution, especially on the winter time. So in accordance with the legislation of Serbia, we need to adopt a plan for the air quality plan and a program for control and monitoring air pollution. So we have our air quality network consists 35 measurement sites. From that 35, 22 is automatically. In our project, we bought 20 new automatic stations. So Belgrade have 17 municipalities. Our idea was that we have to cover all the territory and give the citizen of Belgrade information about air quality in real time and also make a prediction for next 4 days. That was the job for Intercom Telecom. So we finish most of that activities. Next year we will take 5 more stations automatically, and that will be the end for that project. In that way, our citizens have that information and they can prepare his activities when they have information that air is going to be in the bad quality for tomorrow or for next
for health
days.
reasons,
Yes.
obviously, right?
Yes, of
health
course.
protection reasons.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So how do you choose, because you described a city which has lots of different parameters. We don't have lakes, for example. We don't have cities with lots of lakes in Greece, for example, or other such environments which are complex, rivers, lakes, mountains. Why did you choose the air part of the smart city to invest on first? And what was the reason you focused on that first? And did you, was this also a state-funded or a national, from the national funds project, or was it from the municipality funds?
No, no, that is only funds from the municipality, actually from the city of Belgrade. So first we recognize a problem. After that we have to research the market. And we have to ask from the city assembly to adopt our proposal. So in the last few years, they usually adopted all of our proposals. So one of that projects for our project. So one of that project was this project with the Intercom Telecom company.
How did you choose your partner? What was the way
by
of
tenders,
choosing?
always by tenders. We need, in accordance the law in Republic of Serbia, we need to have tenders. So the same was with the Intercom Telecom. That tender documentation is very detailed. and it's complicated now to explain what is all in that paper.
There is bureaucracy, right?
Yes.
But it's not a tender, but is it also a beauty contest? I mean, who has the best technology, or is it?
No, only we have because they have to prove all what we wanted to have, and at least we are looking only the price, the funds.
Right. So you need someone who has the technical ability to do it, but also has the best price.
Yes.
Okay, which is also always very difficult for someone to get the job, let's say.
Yes.
So Ms. Petrusic explained the whole idea and the project. Mr. Bithas, you had to collaborate with Ms. Petrusic and all the people in the city. I guess you have done lots of projects like that, but every project is different. How was this collaboration with the people in the municipality?
So first of all, if you allow me, I do this in Greek for our audience, but I'll only say good things. So,
our cooperation was very interesting. First of all, because we had very good open communication with all the teams and the groups. That was one of the main reasons for this excellent cooperation. We had a subsidiary of Intra Telecom there that used the same language, the local language, but on the other side, we also tried to get into the shoes of the other side to feel what their needs were. I have been working with Serbia since 2007, so I know a lot of people, and we have a lot of common points in the way that we behave. We have many common characteristics. They have good humor, and they are open-minded. They are open to ideas. So when they need something, they are open to listen to your ideas, and that's very important. Another important issue for this project was that we stood on our feet because we have very good technology. We cover telecommunications, platforms, cloud, IoT, analytics, and the possibility to run big, complex projects. These were important factors that helped us to have a smooth progress. The most important thing, however, that helped, in my view, is that there was strong commitment to this project. We had faith in this project. We knew that it would have very good results because it wasn't just a technology project. It had impact on the lives of people. People believed in that. I remember that at the first phase of the project, Christmas was coming, and there was a change on the plan by the client, and instead of having the usual nag, oh, why is this happening? On the contrary, everybody understood the need of the client. They didn't complain at all. They just go down to work and finish what they have to do. This strong faith helped the smooth cooperation that led to the excellent result that we had.
Replicate solutions for other cities, or you used solutions which were custom-made for Belgrade?
Αυτό ήταν η γενική εμπειρία που πρέπει να υπάρχει.
Yes, we have the general experience, and we transfer it from one example to the other. Of course, the city of Belgrade had specific needs. And in any project that you carry out, you have adjust this project to the specific needs of the people to their priorities. And this is what we did here. In all projects, what is important is experience and the flexibility that you have to match the needs and what might come up.
We don't have lots of time anyway. Take a look at a small video. It's a short video, as I understand, which is about the collaboration and all the people who were involved in the project, which also always is very good. Okay, let's take a look.
Intercom Telekom kao vodeći sistem integrator i solution provider u regionu imao je čast i izazov ujedno da učestvuje u ovom značajnom projektu za grad Beograd u kome je naš tim za veštačku inteligenciju i big data analitiku napravio rešenje za predikciju zagađenja vazduha u gradu Beogradu. Ujedno sa našim partnerom Eko Max uradili smo montiranje i implementaciju većeg broja stanica za monitoring kvaliteta vazduha i samim tim poboljšali sam uvid u kvalitet vazduha u gradu Beogradu i uveli jedan novi servis koji će biti dostupan građanima, a to je predikcija zagađenja vazduha.
Grad Beograd u svom planu kvaliteta vazduha je kao jedno od mera imao proširenje samih stanica, automatskih mernih stanica na teritoriji grada Beograda koje se bave monitoringom kvaliteta vazduha i ono što je najbitnije jeste da je kroz taj program uveo i jedan deo softvera, a to je softver za predikciju samog kvaliteta vazduha u određenom vremenskom periodu koji u stvari u ovom momentu do sada građanima najviše pomaže da znaju šta će se desiti za nekih par dana i samim tim da sve preporuke koje grad Beograd preko Gradskog zavoda za javno zdravlje dostavlja samim sugrađanima da znaju kako da se ponašaju. Izuzetno smo ponosni na ovaj projekat. On se u stvari ne može nazvati projekat, nego proširenje dosadašnjeg stanja koje je postojalo na teritoriji grada Beograda kao jedan dodatni informacioni sistem koji našim sugrađanima daje više informacija, a što se tiče samih dodatnih analiza gradu Beogradu, Sekretarijatu zaštitu životne sredine i Gradskom zavodu daje informacije i podatke koji su veoma bitni za analizu kao egzaktni podaci koji se koriste.
Kao predstavnik EcoMax Solutionsa, kompanije koja je u saradnji sa našim partnerom Intracomom i podrškom grada Beograda, Sekretarijatom za zaštitu životne sredine, smo u procesu instaliranja 20 mernih stanica na lokacijama raznim u Beogradu. Svaka od mernih stanica sadrži komponente kao što su sumpor dioksid, azotni oksid i ugljen monoksid, merenje prizemnog ozona kao i suspendovanih čestica. Sve su to automatski analizatori koji mere zagađenja vazduha u realnom vremenu i sakupljaju podatke putem data logera koji se šalje, podaci se dalje šalju na softver za obradu podataka i na softver našeg partnera Intracoma koji predviđa u stvari zagađenje na teritoriji Beograda. Zahvalni smo i našem partneru Intracomu, a tako i gradu Beogradu koji je prepoznao potrebe da se zagađenje meri, a i predviđa i samim tim nadamo se da će projekat da se završi u planiranom roku i da će građani biti zahvalni samim tim što je grad opredelio sredstva za ovako nešto što je moderno i još uvek nema u regionu.
Right. Nice. As I see, you have lots of green in your city, so probably your results will be better than Thessaloniki's. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure we're better. I think we're lots worse, which is a problem. We are jealous. Okay, final question before we have a very, very small, ceremony, something, to Mr. Bithas. So for your company, this project is quite large scale. Did you have anything new you learned, something which will be applied to other projects and which was, let's say, particularly important or new to your stuff?
Νομίζω αυτό...
We have realized that in these projects you must think big, to have the big picture in mind. However, your plan must be small, realistic steps. You don't move from 1 to 100 overnight. You make small, progressive steps in order to have good, controllable result. What also helps a lot is if you have a good, open cooperation with your partners. When you have a problem, you acknowledge the problem, you tell them I have this problem, and everybody tries to do their best. Good communication has been the beginning and the end for complicated projects. But in the specific project, what was very important is that it wasn't a technology project for technology's sake. It was a project where you could see the daily result in the everyday life of the people, in the health of the people every day. 2 weeks ago, we presented the results of the project to WITSA, the World Innovation Technology Services Alliance. We were awarded for this project in the category of Sustainable Circular Economy for the public sector. Everybody has realized that these projects should be oriented, should be human-oriented, and should focus on human beings. This is the experience we gathered and we transfer it to other projects. Here in Greece, we have a lot of projects and we want to increase our clientele, whether it is the public sector or private companies, because we have the technology that can be used by both sectors, private and public. We will be happy to have similar projects because the feedback that you get is very positive.
And always communication, keep the communication. It's like couples therapy. I don't know what, maybe you took some cues from a movie or something. You know, the psychologist who says, you have to be communicative, you know, talk to each other.
It's supposed to be a marriage, not a one-night stand. It's
yes,
a marriage.
I see.
And there are good and bad things.
It's a marriage of two parts.
And possibly every now and then you have to leave a little something to your partner. So actually I would like to take this opportunity and present this little gift, if I may, to the city of Belgrade, actually thanking them for the trust they've shown in us and for all their help in having this successful project and the recognition that we have received. So
very nice. It's a good gift.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the Intercom Telecom. And this is not the first award.
This is not the first merging gift.
The second
it's
one.
the second. All right.
Yes.
We are learning more secrets of the work. So it's finished. Thank you, everyone, for watching this panel.
Thank you so much. As AI educational solutions continue to mature, the hope is that AI can help fill needs gaps in learning and teaching and allow schools and teachers to do more than ever before. Our next speaker, Mr. Federico Mena, Chief Operations and Finance Officer of EIT Digital, will analyze the subject. Mr. Mena.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this nice event and giving the opportunity to present our perspective on how technology is impacting modern education. I have to say that when you think about technology and education, there are two aspects to be taken into account. One is that technology can be an enabler for education, and we all saw that during the COVID pandemic when people could take lessons when they were locked at home. But the other, and this is what I will focus on, is the demand that technology is creating for an advanced education system. let me start from a brief introduction about myself and EIT Digital, the organization that I'm representing today. So we are a knowledge and innovation community of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We have been set up in 2010, so we just turned 12. We are a public-private organization, so we are supported by the European Commission through the EIT, but we also have a network of partners that are SMEs, corporates, research organizations, and universities across Europe. We have about 350 partners across Europe. And we run an ecosystem that covers 19 cities, 18 in Europe, plus an office in Silicon Valley. And on top of this ecosystem, we run innovation and education activities. So in the innovation side, as you can see from the slide, we support the creation of the new generation of technology ventures from the stand-up phase through the startup phase to scaling this up at a European level and a global level. But more important for the discussion of today is our talent and skills pillar, the education pillar. There we have a master school where we train master school students through a double degree done in different countries with on top of the technical education, innovation and entrepreneurship education. We have a professional school to keep the workforce at the pace of the digital transformation. And we have a summer school, which it is given by the name. It's a summer program, 2 weeks for young students or young professionals focused on clear use case and business cases defined by our industry partners. But let's focus on the topic of today. So, how technology is impacting education. As I said, technology is enormously driving the demand of digital and technology skills. It was mentioned in the introduction, AI is becoming really pervasive across all sectors of society and economy. It's enabling new business models to be created, is enabling new industries to be developed. Cybersecurity is becoming more and more important, of course. And most recently, we all saw how important it is to know and master semiconductors technology. Over the past 2 years, I think all of us have been exposed to the European shortage on semiconductors. So all these technology are essential for the development of society and economy, and even more important for us as Europeans. And this is also acknowledged by the European Commission. In the so-called Digital Compass, the European Commission is saying that 80% of adult population should understand technology. That's not only about having top experts, it's about understanding the implications that the technology can have in our daily life, meaning that we have to start early on to teach cybersecurity to children in school, AI, and so forth. When it comes to the specialists, the target is to have 20 million specialists in Europe on digital technologies. And of course, we also need to close the gap between women and men in the specialist employment. What we did at EIT Digital, we analyzed the current landscape of education in Europe, and we designed a few scenarios on how technology and education should hand in hand move together in order to meet those targets. And you see them on the slide. I will not have time to go in detail, so you can download the report and read all the findings. But I like to focus on a couple of elements. So the first one is that you can move from an offering that can be very narrow or very broad, and on the other side, it can be very traditional or very responsive to the changes in the technology landscape. Of course, ideally, if you look at the chart, we would hope for a digital plenitude scenario where we have the broadest possible offer, hyper-responsive, but then, of course, it comes at a cost. So given that budgets are limited, public decision makers should probably move along those lines based on the specific needs. But let's go to the findings. So if we want to achieve what I said before, I think there are 3 priorities that are crucial for Europe. The first one is that the public education system, mostly primary school up to the university, needs to modernize the programs on technology are outdated. And if you observe the pace of the technological evolution, this is more important. I like to say that we are training our students on technologies that have not been invented yet. And they are probably addressed to solving problems that are not existing yet either. So we really need to be responsive and be able to respond to the market needs, to the technological development, but also we need to invest in connectivity and in new trainings to make sure that we modernize the system. The second element is that if you look around, we have a lot of programs, private, national, European, public. The member states are having a lot of initiatives. But we often see a mismatch when we observe the connection between the public and the private. So very often they are competing against each other. In an ideal world, in what we want to achieve by 2030, we need this to be complementary. So the non-governmental providers should really broaden the scope, align with the public offering, and align the topics and the targets. It's also crucial to define partnerships, of course, to make sure that there is a match between the two. And then last but not least, and that's also in line with what we do at EIT Digital, we need better orchestration at the pan-European level of these initiatives. So we need ecosystem, they need to network together. And we need to all this ecosystem to work together. I'm part of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. There are other similar ecosystem around the European University Network, for example. These players need to talk together. There should be an overall orchestration at European level. And this would definitely help in improving the quality, efficiency, and of course the effectiveness of this program. And we truly believe that with these ingredients, if we move along those lines, we can make those targets that I mentioned before and even more. And that is really our ambition, is that this happens in Europe, because we really think we have the best technology and we have the best education possible. So that's my short summary. You can read the report, download it from our website. And of course, if you have any question, I'm available now or later on during the networking part. Thank you. Sorry, I put it here.
Καλό σας μεσημέρι.
My name is Dimitris Balis. I'm a journalist at HuffPost Greece. And I have the pleasure to host the Secretary General of the Ministry of Digital Governance, in charge of the IT systems for public administration, Mr. Demosthenis Anagnostopoulos. Mr. Anagnostopoulos, in a previous discussion of ours, we talked about interoperability systems. Mr. Pierakakis said that we are already experiencing this. There are already procedures put in place for the transfer of vehicles in a digital way. And now we come to the transfer of the ownership of properties, of real estates. Let's focus on interoperability to understand what is going to happen in the near future. First of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I will try to be as clear as possible, because you have had many speakers, so it is good to talk in a very clear and tangible way, to see where we're standing and where we are going. at the stand of the ministry, you can find the Secretariat General of IT Systems. You can see a screen there showing the number of digital transactions that are taking place annually. The minister said that we started with 8.8 million transactions in 2018. Then we had 94 million, 567 million transactions last year, and this year we are forecasting that we will reach 1 billion transactions. These transactions are taking place for two reasons. First of all, because any of you, and from those who are not in this hall, are entering a service of GovGR and they do whatever they want. For example, they make a solemn declaration or a declaration to a statement to the national system. And what is lying behind, the elephant behind all this procedure, is what we are doing as public administration for the citizen, because the citizen wants to and because the citizen requests by making his search. What does this mean practically? When you are entering Fuel Pass in order to receive the subsidy for the increase in the fuel price, we have to check if he is eligible or not, if the car and the vehicle is his own or not, if he has paid his circulation fees, if the car is moving or not. So everything is done automatically. We have to check all this automatically. This means that the citizen does not have to go to a public service in order to take a document, and he does not even need to enter an e-service in order to download a document and send it scanned to us. So in the past, one should go with a whole file of documents in a public service, waiting at the queue, waiting for the employee in order to deposit, to submit a pack of papers and documents. Have you experienced that in the past? Because you may have to go back the other day because you don't have all the documents. In the last years, we do not experience such situations. This is why these services are not successful, because the citizen is applying, he's sending a request, and everything is done automatically. This is why we have an interoperability center. This interoperability center takes care so that if a citizen needs to take some data from the citizen's register, because his name is Demosthenis Anastopoulos, son of Sotirios, and this data, these details must go to the tax authorities. This is done automatically at the moment that the citizen wants, and it is done automatically. So from last year's transactions, these 567 millions, what have we managed to do? The key achievement is that most of them are not transactions where the citizen must log in, but most of the transactions are done behind the scenes. This year we are at 1.4. That is, every time somebody has login, we do 1.4 jobs for him without him knowing it. And that's the difference. In the Fuel Pass case, for example, it is 1 to 6. One application per citizen. 6 people work for this application. There is a nice video that shows in the Spanish public administration where a citizen goes to a public service and every time she listens carefully to the public servant to see if she will be served and if all her papers are correct. That's a funny video. It's worth seeing it. This is interconnectivity. We have done a lot, but many things must be done. A new project is going to start with 12 contractors.
So we will give these 12 contractors the possibility to materialize all those things that should be done. This is starting now. The budget is 24 million, so that all those services that have been implemented will be interconnected, so that every agency that wants something can receive it, and every time an agency can give something to be given. So we will make a map with this transaction, and so that what is asked will be given and will be identical, and in this way we will serve the citizen. That is what interconnectivity is. How reliable and credible is this whole process? Have new jobs been created through this interoperability? I'll tell you what the benefit is. When we have a single interoperability center, you control what you give to whom. So we are okay with legislation and we respect GDPR. But what is also important is that citizens won't get into trouble of getting these things, and the state also is benefited because the state doesn't need a bunch of civil servants to check if all documents were correct. This saves time to public servants. These public servants can do more creative things instead of just looking at documents. Can you give us more examples of what we expect through interoperability? One thing is private cars transfer. I will show you how interoperability changes the way that we operate and work. We haven't realized that. Wallet came out of the ministry a few months ago. It gives us a possibility to have our ID and our license, driving license on our mobile phone, right? We're happy with that. But in the end, what greatly changes the way that we operate on our daily life is that it's not that we can see here our ID and our driving license, but it is how the check and control is being done. The check is not done by showing the ID here. That's not the important thing. You can show your ID as an image. What changes is that a QR code is created when you press on it. This is scanned by somebody, and that somebody tells you that's a valid ID. It is not a scanned photo of your ID that you show and you say that's my ID. It is that somebody checks whether this is a valid document. It checks it by scanning the QR code, and a code is sent to somebody in order to check that. This might sound easy. Let's mention a simple mistake being made. Have you been to the airport to go through the control? I went there, and when I showed my ID on the mobile here, I showed it, but that's not what makes the difference. We don't show it. That's a mistake. The control has been done by scanning, through scanning, because somebody else might show a photo. So through interoperability, we change our daily life. And last summer, what did we do with our mobile phone? We went to the beach with our swimming suit and our towel and just our mobile phone, because what was needed, if we needed to show our ID, we could show our mobile phone. And if we wanted to buy something, we just used our phone to have all our electronic purchases, because this is what you need in your daily life. When you went on holiday, did you think whether I need to have on me ID, driving license, and money? And the answer was no, because indeed you can do all your payments through your mobile phone, provided it has battery, and provided that the other side has got the scanning devices to scan your mobile. Let's move on now to another important issue. Yesterday, Google announced that it is going to set up a big cloud center that's important for the investments being made in Greece. What does cloud mean? How do all this data store? How are these data stored? What is cloud? G-Cloud is the information system where the central information systems of public administration are stored. However, the G-Cloud is a two-way system. It's a dual system. It consists of computers, storage units that are close to us. We've got them next to us. They are in our premises. And cloud also has what is up there in the sky, in the cloud, where we can't see it and how it operates. The cloud that we have here next to us is called private cloud. And it is a cloud that belongs to us, to the Greek public sector, right? The cloud that belongs to Amazon or Microsoft or Google is the public cloud. And in fact, these are the services that we receive. And this public cloud belongs to the manufacturers and producers. And we get the services. This Google investment is of great importance for our country because it's important for geopolitical reasons. It makes Greece a center concerning data in our broader region. And it makes Greece a country to confide in. So it's an incredible success for our country, and we should extend congratulations to the government on that. It's a great achievement. What is the potential provided by this investment? The public sector and anyone who will use this public cloud services will receive this with very little delay. And if you want to make something short and flexible, you can go and upload it, and you can download it and try it. It offers a lot of advantages. Of course, some people are skeptical about what public cloud is. Some might think that data might not be safe, but there are regulations about them. And we, as politicians, we want to have a hybrid cloud where we will have a combination of private and public clouds. For example, open data or data that have no grading might be in the public cloud because there is no problem at all. Therefore, I don't want to tell you that this might be there and the other there, but one might get the best from private and public cloud in order to do our job. And that's the mandate by the EU, multi-cloud approach and hybrid cloud. That is hybrid cloud, which means both the private and public cloud, and multi-cloud, that is to have the possibility to have several different suppliers. Thank you very much, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. We're running out of time. I believe that the discussion on digital transformation is endless. So many new things are entering our life that will change our lives. I thank you. This is a struggle that continues because other countries also progress in this field. So we should make steps forward and we should try to implement better practices faster in order to have more positive results as fast as possible. Whatever we do in this government, we do it at a really fast pace, at an acceleration pace, in order to be able to say that we have done something good. And there are, of course, many more things that should be done and we can do. Thank you very much.
Τέλεια. Εντάξει, ξεκινάμε. Κυρίες και κύριοι, φίλες και φίλοι.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of technology, good afternoon. We would not exaggerate. We said that with the outburst of the pandemic, the market, the technology market, is proving to be a key driver. I will indicatively mention two figures that show the scale of the change that is taking place. A last study of the the Hellenic Union of Banks showed that more than 90% of transactions, financial transactions, is done electronically, digitally. While from this, we were informed that in the last 2 years, the use of ATMs has been reduced by more than 15%. So, for the new business models and the products that are launched in the fintech sector, we will have a short presentation by representatives of the bank system as well as important players that are in the Greek market. So we have Mr. Spiros Arsenis, who is the head of Business Innovation Development Unit of the National Bank of Greece, Mr. Makis Malioris, who is the Technology Director of CardLink, and Mr. Kostas Tovelat, who is a market leader in Greece of the TBI Bank. So, please talk to us about the Greek FinTech Hub, an initiative of the National Bank of Greece for the development and the growth of FinTech in Greece. Thank you very much for the kind invitation and for the kind introduction. We started amid the pandemic a new initiative, the so-called Greek FinTech Hub. along with 6 very important collaborators. First of all, within universities, the Economic University and the Capodistria University, the Endeavor Greece, that is a close associate of ours, and they support us. They support the Greek startups going abroad, and with the Onassis Foundation, that is interested in fintech in terms of creative industries. That is how to fund productions and other creative industries, and the hotel chamber, that is where the role of fintech is obvious in order to optimize costs, rooms, hotels, etc. So altogether, we launched this initiative to see how we can support, in total, to support fintech at the level of research inside the universities with boot camps that we've organized, as well as to lighten some aspects of fintech that are unknown. Fintech in creative industries is something very new. We, as a bank, our goal is for the next years, although we participate in 10 funds, we have engaged some funds, our own funds, that are going to be devoted and that are going to be used to finance fintech companies. Not only to finance and fund them, but also to collaborate with such companies in order to be able to introduce and to develop new products for us and for the whole of the market. Mr. Malioris, in this very dynamic milieu and environment that we are all seeing, what is the philosophy of cardling related to the new business models that you want to present and launch in the Greek market? I will start my answer by going back 2 or 3 years ago, when, as a company, we realized that we could use a smart software, the Android software, in order to build a safe and fast terminal. After 2 or 3 years and a successful track record of this terminal, we created an application for transactions. So behind this application is a huge security pattern. So we have managed to achieve the goals that we had set back then. But what is hidden behind is a business model that relies on the concept of platform. It's the so-called application store. So it's something that we call Cardlink Store, on which we want to build, and we're already building an application environment, including applications, our own applications, as well as applications of other selected suppliers. So this will be a set, this will be an ecosystem that will be available to merchants and businessmen who will have these Cardlink applications, and they will be able to host other applications as well that can be used for ticketing or for payment, or it could be a loyalty application, whatever they want. So there's a huge scope. We can build many things. We can develop many more things. And already we want to complete 30 applications on this platform. And next year it will be a huge increase in the number of applications, because we are finding more and more new things that we can add on that. So based on the application store concept and the value-added services concept, we have ended up to what a businessman requires as a business model, and we want to support new fintech and to safeguard a win-win situation for all the players in the market.
Mr. Deauville, DBI Bank has recently entered the Greek economic reality and our lives. Could you talk to us about it? TBI Bank is one of the biggest challenger banks in Southeastern Europe. We serve more than 3 million customers and 16,000 businesses. We have physical presence in Bulgaria, Romania, in Lithuania, in Hungary. We have an extended coverage of all the areas we are interested in. Greece is our newest market. The Greek market is very interesting. We wanted to enter the Greek market for a year now because there is fast economic growth. There is a digitalization by the state that makes the client journey faster. The client doesn't have to go to a store. Actually, we started operating since the end of April. We have got so far 1,000 partners, and this is increasing. The channels that we have brought have become accepted, and we are very pleased by the way that our bank was received in Greece. Everybody wants to listen to what is next with great interest. Mr. Malioris, what are the new trends that will shape the environment that we are talking about in the next year? One of these new trends is a challenger bank that has come to stand vis-à-vis the old business models. But if we see it from a different point of view, because we talked about speed, we should also evaluate two important factors. The first one is that everything around us changes really fast. After the beginning of the first lockdown 2.5 years ago, up to current days with the Ukraine war and the energy crisis, I think that history has been written so fast. So what happens abroad will appear in our country sooner or later. Therefore, we should take it for granted that some trends that exist abroad will become adapted in Greece too. The second point is that some people say that banks cannot follow and that state transformation does not allow them to follow. But I think the solution is somewhere in the middle. Banks follow the model of cooperate, and implement. So abroad, we have had 89 fintech partnerships, and something similar will occur in Greece. And we also have the classic buy now, pay later. We have seen it with a big company that represents it abroad. Athenos, Klarna, and even PayPal copied it. It's this well-known model where the consumer pays with using their debit card without checking their money solvency as it happened in the past. There is also what we call open banking that will be thriving in the Greek market as well. That is using the bank data when this is given to companies that give the data per se, or if they use it for transactions, that is ASPs, and embedded finance, that is actual transactions within which a finance transaction is hidden. So let's say that you buy an ATM device and you buy the warranty as well. As for blockchain, we won't see this increase shortly, so I won't refer to that. From buy now, pay later, what can you tell us, Mr. Tovil? TBI has an important presence in this method. Would you like to tell us a few things? You told us about your dynamic launching in the Greek market. Would you like to talk to us about the existing customers and the future ones? What are the new things that you're going to bring them? Buy now, pay later was just the beginning. There are various ways to enter a country. Buy now, pay later was a tool missing. Of course, we're not the only one, the only bank that offers it. There is competition. We offer it to big partnerships with Scrooge, for example, but we want to democratize buy now, pay later in general to an SME in order to increase their sales, and we can do that either in an e-shop or in plug and play. That is, a company can start increasing its sales in new ways, or we can work with a new store. We offer buy now, pay later in small installments, interest-free, or with a low interest rate. Recently, 2 days ago, we launched our consumer loan that is free for the whole market. Anyone can enter our website, make an application, and completed it in just a few minutes using only their ID. The mobile app is something new that we are going to have that shows all our clientele. So the target for the beginning of 23 is to have the bank on the mobile phone of our client, and we want TBI to be a mobile bank in Greece.
National Bank of Greece has invested in innovation. Were there any cases where you were proven right when selecting and supporting one of the awardees in these tenders, in these competitions? This year, it's the 13th year. It was a very long procedure that was welcomed by all administrations that have changed, because we can identify that there's a clear value in this procedure. We are in fact transforming the bank, and bank is getting closer to innovation, fintech, and all these things. We have many cooperation schemes between the bank and our winners. We are the first bank to have crowdfunding platform based in Greece. This is fintech, and this is also innovation of our bank. 2 years ago, amid COVID, we used the technology of a company that was the winner in one of our tenders or competitions. They were making all the necessary checks in order to open a new bank account, and so we have created this customer onboarded without any need to visit the physical presence in the branch. So all checks, all back office were performed by this associate of ours. So this is a purpose, this is a target for us, this is our objective. What we're looking for the next years is to identify similar startups, innovative startups that will help us either develop new products for our customers or improve internal processes and operations. At this moment, the bank is assessing a cooperation scheme with 3 new proposals that have been participating in our competition this year. The pilot programs have been successful, and we move on. So in the daily operation and life of the bank, we have included this procedure that delivers added value to us and to our customers as well as to our economy. I think all the customers of the bank system are close to dramatic changes in our daily transactions. You have described what we are going to deal with in the near future and how are we going to deal with our transactions. We would like to thank you very much for your presence and for this very interesting overview of the future of bank transactions. Thank you.
Χαίρετε. Καλησπέρα σας. Με ακούτε?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? I will speak louder, says the speaker.
Πάμε λοιπόν. Πάμε λοιπόν. Είμαστε το επόμενο πάνελ και έχουμε...
It's the next panel. And we have with us Yannis Haralambidis, who is a professor of digital governance at the University of the Aegean. Nikitas Georgiadis, who is an account manager at Cisco. Alexandros Bregianis, who is a public sector and ICT executive at Nova. and Nikos Christodoulou, partner and consulting leader at Deloitte. Hello, welcome. And our topic is the digital transformation of the state, a constant struggle. So are we in a continuous war and an ongoing war? I had a question raised in another panel I was participating before. It was a panel on another topic. The children said, oh, we want to be successful in business. How many years do we need? Is it a constant struggle? Yesterday, someone told me, I want to learn to play the guitar. How many years do I need? Well, probably, evidently, it is a constant struggle. And we better, last week I came from Denmark. Denmark is in one of the first places of digital transformation. We are always in the last places, but we're rising. Now, if you understand the mentality of the Danish people, the citizens of Denmark, you will understand you are first. You are first. You are top. They will say that, okay, I'll do even better. If you go outside and you tell a Greek you are first, the first thing that the Greek will say is, okay, so it's time to rest. Let's shut down computers and go for vacations, for holidays. No, you have to be targeted. You have to be consistent. You have to be focused on your target. You must not spend time and lose time for at least 10 years. And still, this does not mean anything. Because one might say, okay, we thought that we tried, that we did our best in the last 40 years. We have spent hundreds of millions to create the state of tomorrow. No, it's not enough to try, but it is very important not to make important mistakes. If you try and you're trying to become fit, okay, we all want to be like Nikos, but we cannot do it. Yes, I'm trying as well. I'm trying to be on a diet, but once every few days, I make a mistake, an important mistake. I eat 15 pizzas, so it takes me back. So yes, it is a constant struggle. It is, as in all important issues in this life, the marriage is a constant struggle. Parenting is a constant struggle. So you need every day continuous and constant struggle without making significant mistakes. This is why digital governance is a constant struggle. And let's not forget something, the speed by which we are moving forward. And today we do enjoy speed. We say, oh, great, I have everything on my cell phone. And we had Demosthenes beforehand. Think of that, the speed by which the first is moving. If you see how the first ones are moving, you may feel disappointed. Yes, we are trying, but we are evolving, but we are still lagging behind. Mr. Georgiadis.
Δεν ακούγεται καλά. Τώρα είναι καλύτερα.
The panel, the topic includes the word struggle. I think that struggle has a rather negative connotation. I will try to see the positive point of view, because we have two incidents, two circumstances right now. One, on the one hand, we have the pandemic. On the other hand, we have the recovery fund. Due to the pandemic, many things moved forward when everything was stuck for years. And this makes us think that we were looking for a triggering point So through a struggle, in this struggle, there was something negative, that is the pandemic, that motivated us, that made us create new things. The digital state. The battle, we have not won the battle, but we took a leap, a big first step. And I will give you a first example that is related to my company. Cisco was one of the technological suppliers of Sysoxideo. Sysoxideo is a project, a state project, that interconnects all public buildings and public bodies. When the project was designed and announced and the speeds were announced, everybody was talking about pharaonic projects of huge speeds that could not be attended, could not be managed and achieved. But today it is something that we can easily achieve because we have such speeds in our houses. So time needed back then, this project was considered to be something that we could not, unmanageable. But now it is even considered obsolete. So time does not allow us to be up to date. I think the struggle must be constant. It must be harsh. Because as the professor said, battles are starting and they never stop. We have to fight all the time. We have taken important steps over the recent years, the private as well as the public sector, and especially the public sector. But as the minister said, we are still at the beginning of the tunnel. There's still a long way ahead of us. And for this bet, this collective bet, we all have to support this bet. We at NOVA, we are trying to show this in practice with the investment that we have announced recently. It is very important investment in the field of digital infrastructure and new generation networks, a modern optical fiber network that will reach every house and every corner of the country. This is why we are going to invest 2 billion euro in the next years in order to create a private-owned network that will provide a capacity, huge speeds of gigabit that we need in order to work and in order to have fun. So this is a need. So we will add this, we will contribute through this investment plan to digital information, and I believe that this contribution will be important. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to say to my friend Yanis that I hope that the results of the state digital transformation will be better than the results I had with my diet. I would like to make the following comments. First of all, wherever you have digital transformation, it is a stable struggle. Whether we're talking about private sector or for the state sector, struggle is constant and stable. So it's the same in both sectors. And it's not an issue, it's not a matter of 5 years or 10 years. It's a constant struggle. So you always have to improve things, to automate things, and then there's another need to re-automate things. And for sure, the restricting factor is not technology. In the past, it was mentality, it was convictions, some procedures that were very complicated, and we now have the pleasure to see that all these problems are corrected. I have seen I saw that struggle is forceful, it is violent, it means something forceful and violent. I don't believe that we need this kind of struggle. We need we need persistency. This is what we're evidencing right now. The results are very good already, but we need to continue our hard work. The second question. What is going to happen? What should have been done? If you have the power, all the power in your hands, what would you do? How could you reach the others? Because we said that we're lagging behind. I thought, Yannis, what are the areas that are still creating troubles and challenges for the citizens and the state? I identify 3 areas. The first one is justice. We all know that. We need to simplify procedures, and then we need to digitize things in the field of justice. The second area is the area of health, private and public. So the citizen must have much less trouble than today, and of course electronic prescription must also be developed, etc. And the third area is the area related to the property of Greek citizens, that is the transfer of ownership and the land registry, etc. And when I think of what is hiding behind these 3 areas, are the lawyers, the physicians, and the engineers. Probably inside or outside the parliament, all these 3 professions are creating troubles to all of us. So I believe that we should focus on these 3 large areas. I will add another area. Education, the education and the educational system. I will give an example. When we provided the WebEx platform, in fact, we gave the opportunity of 150,000 teachers and millions of students to have their classes, but we saw that either there was no material, or the way, or they didn't know, they didn't have the culture. Okay, the lesson is performed in a different way when it is remote. So we had the technology, it solved the problem, the practical problem of how to perform, performing the lesson, but it is totally different to keep the interest of students and how you should teach through a remote, during a remote lesson. So the way by which we're communicating things is equally important. So a tool is not enough per se. We need to be able to use it properly. Okay.
I think that we should not leave any domain or field beyond digital transformation, especially in the public sector, because all public sector fields need it. We should try to focus on the points that cause trouble to citizens in every field, education, justice, and so on. And we should simplify everything and then move on with digitalization, and not vice versa, because then more bureaucracy is caused. This has started being carried out thanks to the policy announced by the Ministry for Digital Governance and the cooperation with the companies. I would like to mention a project that will help to this end. Right now, Space and we run a project that has to do with teleconferencing during court trial. That is to have remote witness examination and so on. and also to be able to be informed electronically when this trial will be held. This solution will give a solution to the waste of money and time that exists in the justice sector. This will simplify life and has an impact on economy and growth. This is how we should move on in all sectors. We should focus on each step in bureaucracy and simplify it and digitalize it. Yanni, the floor is yours, but don't talk too much. I can't, he says. I have my students among the audience. We could be talking for a long time about this issue. Here in Greece, nobody has ever mentioned, perhaps now, thanks to Mythos, which is a new initiative by the ministry, we try to measure and record the simplest things ever, that is, the services that the state provides. If I go to a private company and ask them, what services do you offer? That's very easy, they will answer you. If I go to a Germano store, every employee there knows what they sell, but the Greek public sector doesn't know the range of services provided. So I was asked the other day, why are we still ranked at a low level in the indicators? Why isn't this shown in international markers and indicators? Because we have a huge backlog. We must go after paper in a different way, dear colleagues. It's not an issue of trying to find the right procedure. No, we should go to each public department that has at least 2 people working there and write on the wall, transform digitally. In other words, don't use paper, otherwise I'll kick you out. That might sound hard. What does it mean the mayor doesn't know what an email is? What does it mean that I go to every public service building, there is a board of announcement that is packed with pieces of paper that nobody looks at? So we can't have on the one hand the Secretary General of the ministry announcing that we have IDs on our mobile phones, and on the other hand to consume billions of paper every year. So what should be done is different from sit at your desk and for the first time we have people sitting there who know the problem and try to find a solution. For the first time, I'm not ashamed of traveling abroad, and my friends tell me, Haralabidi, of your digital governance. Show us what you have done. And it's the first time that I can tell them that we do something. So let's keep this momentum, but we should raise everybody to the level that they should be. If I represent the public sector, I'm sitting next to dwarfs. Deloitte, how many all over the world? So a huge number of thousands of employees. Who trained all these people? Who put digital transformation in their minds? I carry out questionnaires in municipalities, and I ask them, has anybody told you how important digital transformation is and ask you to change? And the answer I get is no. So we should avoid creating a state of 2 tiers, having the ID electronically and on the other hand queuing up in a public service to solve your problem. So imagine we have one of the best systems in GovGR and behind it, and at the same time, let's call 50 mayors here to see what kind of systems they have set up in the last year. In the previous year. This means that besides our big central systems, we should rewrite rules and regulations that will be implemented and won't allow anyone to make mistakes. Because if on the one side we build something and on the other hand the others continue the old way using paper, then we do nothing. I would say to prohibit the usage of paper in any sector, in any service of the public sector. And finally, the problems that we have been talking about have to do with electronic governance of the first generation. If you ask the Czechs, the Estonians, and the British with what they are dealing with the second generation. That is, they use informatics in order to solve the problem of representation, of democracy, of contact with the citizen, of participating in the public. We have forgotten all this. We say first we're going to solve these issues and then, but when then? So let's do this, but think of the other. Informatics hasn't come to this world to make medieval procedures automatic. Informatics has come to make new things. So, okay, I'm stopping here. Who says that I should go on talking? Everybody, I've got the audience here. Mr. Haralabidis is Professor of Digital Governance, and our target is to leave him without an object of study. That's right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've told you what should be done. What will happen, I don't know, but at least we have told you what should be done. Thank you.
Δεν πειράζει. Θα σταθούμε λίγο. Σε αυτά εδώ. No. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, cities are changing, they're integrating new technologies to improve the quality of life of citizens with sustainability terms. And since smart city, the term smart city is included in our daily concept, we are trying to find how new cities and smart cities are going to guarantee a better future for the next generation. So we will be talking with experts in this field. We have Mr. Giorgos Tsakoumis, who's the president of the Technical Chamber of Greece for the section of Central Macedonia. Mr. Tsakoumis is also founder and CEO of Consortis Geospatial. We have Mrs. Lignou, who is an urban sustainability consultant of Unisystems. Mr. Sotiris Batsias, who is a strategy director and smart city leader of Deloitte Greece, and Mr. Angelos Dragolas, who is the president and CEO of Ionic. So welcome all. We will be talking about smart cities. Mrs. Lignou, when do we call a city smart, and what differentiates a smart city from the rest of the cities? Good afternoon. I don't want to say what a smart city is, but I will say what is not smart in a city. A city is not smart when it has IoT or when it has only sensors or only specific technological items and assets. A city is smart when it has a whole ecosystem that produces work that favors and is beneficial for the quality of life of citizens. A city is much more complicated than what we have in mind, since it includes many different components and bodies. It includes mobility, the environment, cultural bodies, the municipality itself, because everything is under the umbrella of the municipality. Each of these components has its own role to play in this system. So in order to have a smart city, we need the collaboration and the cooperation and the coexistence of all these components under the umbrella of technology. Mr. Bazias, what are the main trends that affect cities today, and what is the role of technology? I think that cities of the last years have went through some very important challenges. Let's think of the years of economic crisis, when suddenly they had to work under very strict fiscal limitations and restrictions. Then we had the pandemic, the years of the pandemic, when we had to cities had to change the way they were operating to become more digital. And now we have the energy crisis due to the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. Many trends that are creating many restrictions to the cities. So if we take a look at the history, we can identify three major trends. The first one is the urbanization trend, based on how the society is moving and the economies are moving forward. We will see that 70% of the population by 2050 will live in cities. This means that many more bodies, many more organizations, and many more people will have to coexist in an environment which will multiply the needs and the solutions to be given. The second trend concerns the way by which people are managing their affairs. The pandemic, as well as the digital transition that is ongoing, have motivated people to ask more and high-quality services. This is something that the cities must cater for. Decarbonization and the transition to more energy-independent communities is also another trend that is emerging due to the energy crisis, and it imposes new solutions, and technology is in fact interconnecting everything. It is a solution that brings tools that can set the foundations for new partnerships, new business models, and new ways by which cities can deal with modern reality. We would like to ask you ask from your experience how technology can help a city to become a smart city, a city of the future. Technology is not also supporting, it is necessary, but it's not only technology, and I will agree with the previous speakers. It's not enough to use dispersed components, technological components such as smart applications or sensors, but we need an integrated, a comprehensive and holistic planning and design. The city is an organization, it is a body, it must be smart, and it must be able to provide the highest possible quality services to its citizens in a digital way. But it is a multifactorial issue. It concerns the environment, transport, energy consumption. So to call a city smart, it's not something simple. It's not a single component concept. It is a continuous process. One city can be smart and it can become smarter in the future, etc. At this moment, we don't have any smart cities in our country. But it's also involvement and participation is very important. The administration bodies must support and promote the smart city concept. And citizens must welcome this concept. Yes, technology is the tool, is the means. And energy. Now, you have know-how in energy. What does it mean when we're talking about smart mobility, smart water resource management, etc.? We dealt with management of water resources, infrastructure, sensors, and meters available. Water resources is the most important natural asset that we have to safeguard, protect, improve, and help with the organizations, the water supply organizations, to improve the services they provide to the citizens. So the management of these resources will largely help consumers to meter the consumption of their water consumption, the authorities and the bodies to be able to manage the networks in a better way, because energy is equal to water and water is equal to energy. So amid this energy crisis, all the water supply and water management bodies in the country have huge problems due to the high cost of energy. So we have all to be very careful. It is a very important issue for the water supply bodies and authorities. They have to identify their needs. They have to improve the management of water resources in order to save water as well as energy. Mr. Betias, could you tell us a few things about administrations and their role? How can city administrations deal with the perspective of a smart city? City administrations have always been very active in managing hard situations and adverse conditions. From our experience, this is happening in two levels. First of all, how are you going to deal with a crisis, something that comes as a shock? So you need the necessary operational reflexes in order to deal with this emergency crisis. And on the other hand, we need more long-term planning. Planning for the long-term problems such as unemployment, economic growth, etc. However, I believe that today, despite the complexity of problems emerging, cities and their administrations must work in a multi-level, at several levels. So administrations have to manage the problems at different levels. And allow me to mention 2 or 3 of them that are very critical, and they must be part of the main axis on which cities will plan their future. The first role is the role of the coordinator. So the strategy is the most important thing. Cities and administrations must identify what they want to do, what is the problem they're dealing with, and to plan to design a strategy that is clear and that will bring them to the future. That is to coordinate something they're going to implement later on. The second role is the role of
να δουλέψει παράλληλα ιδιωτική οικονομία.
So we need a coordination between all parts, that is between the administration, between the bodies, the authorities, the citizens. All this must coexist and cooperate on a single platform. And the third role, apart from the 2 previous, is the following. Administrations must be good implementers. They need consistency. A city does not become smart or smarter from one day to another. It may take 5 years or much more, so we need to be consistent. But in order to be consistent, you need clear targets and you need a clear focus on your targets. So you need very good mechanism to monitor the progress of your strategy, and you need the necessary reflexes in order to be able to react and intervene in case your strategy does not bring the desired effects.
Mrs. Lignou, do you believe that cities should cooperate, and in what way? Based on the approach that we keep on discussing, it's very important to have a look at what is happening in the other cities. In this game, a city is not on its own. It's a collective issue. We support the ecosystemic approach, and being a member of the international fireware community that supports open models and interoperability. We want to be able to see not only the best practices existing abroad, but we want to work together to have the digital twinning among cities, because cities tackle similar problems. We might have the waste problem, so it's useful to see what happens in the other cities. We're not on our own in this game. Mr. Tsakoumis, you told us that we still haven't got smart cities, but what is the stage of this digital transformation that Greek cities find themselves? Undoubtedly, we're not at the level we were 10 years ago. I don't have statistic data to tell you this precisely, but from my experience, the contact I have with municipalities, I can tell you that we are at much better level. Almost all Greek municipalities implement digital applications, so they are in process of becoming smart, if you allow me this term. I believe that Athens and Thessaloniki have a lot of applications that help to this end. Trikala, which is a smaller city, is a smart city and has worked hard on that, at least at pilot level, and it's a good practice for other cities. A lot of money is given right now to that end by the Ministry of Digital Governance, and the ministry has done a lot of work in order to turn governance in digital form. The minister, Mr. Pierakakis, said that there are 1,500 digital services in GovGR for the citizens. We are on the right track, but we should continue progressing intensively so that by 2030 we could say that we have some smart Greek cities in Greece. What is the share of responsibility that the private sector and the public sector have? The share of responsibility belongs to the public sector and local authorities, first and second degree, undoubtedly. However, private sector plays an important role. We want reinvent the wheel. So it is important to see whether the companies have the tools and the products to help our cities become smart financing tools. Now we have NSRF and the Recovery Fund to use. If we didn't have the energy crisis and the Ukraine war, we could talk about a period of fertile green plain. Right now, the responsibility lies in the government rather than the private sector. However, we always talk about synergies between private and public sector. In which municipalities you have applied your know-how? A very serious effort is being made to develop municipalities centrally. We have NSRF, the Recovery Fund. We have actions for all public bodies. So I fully agree that that's the direction. The interoperability issue is an important one, as Ms. Lignou said. All municipalities and all legal entities of the municipality create a system today. How will this system be managed by interoperability rules? There are several data out there that reach various platforms. This is an asterisk that we should all look into. There are 300 million euros in the recovery fund and 100 million extra for big municipalities. So we should try to see what the municipalities need, their legal services. What we started doing is what I've told you at the beginning. We have a lot of projects in sewage and water supply. We work with services abroad as well. Greece has moved forward in the water supply system. There is telemetry right now. We have remote metering. The biggest trend in our projects is to have digital meter metering devices. We have installed several of them, and so we want to see how all these water supply services will operate and be connected. As for the energy, we have a lot of projects of energy management, of energy mobility. They started on a pilot basis and they are implemented through the Recovery Fund. Our objective is to take our know-how abroad.
Do you believe that Greece has reached such a level in order to export know-how? As the minister mentioned yesterday, Mr. Pierakakis, the 10 previous years, Greeks left abroad. Now, the Greeks stay here or they come back. There are businesses in Greece that can export know-how and they can show our best examples abroad, not only Europe, but in the States and in Asia that is developing now. So if you ask me, yes, I would say yes, everybody's ready. The Greek companies are ready. We have university graduates who are employed in companies and they upgrade these companies and the local authorities they work with. Yes, the answer is definitely yes, we can export know-how. So we feel optimistic. Mr. Batsias, where should it start the digital transformation journey in a smart city? There are no magic recipes. Each city has its own special characteristics and priorities. What is needed is to become aware of these priorities before it starts implementing something that might not be having a holistic approach. In order to use the resources where it should. I believe that there are some characteristics that are common in many cities, and we have seen that abroad as well. Besides being committed to our target, there are several times schedules and deadlines. So here in Greece, we shouldn't try to do everything really fast. This might not match Greek reality. It might be preferable to have small solutions that will help us to the course of digital transformation. A final comment for the day after, Mr. Tsakoumis. The next day is tomorrow. We work on that. The government, the state finances, promotes, wants, asks, companies try to meet that. Of course, there might be some decisions and actions that aren't the correct ones. But what is important is to have a holistic approach and to move step by step constantly. I agree with you. And as the minister said, one step at a time, but every day. And to have a continuity and to know what is our goal. What is our goal? To have a city with zero energy consumption, with zero pollution, with fast urban transport that will truly improve the life of citizens. Not simply to say that we have various applications and to say that on the television, but we want the citizens to be able to understand that. I would like to thank all our speakers for this discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to NFTs, the future of digital art. Please welcome Carmen Balestra Horta, NFT advisor and digital art director.
Να είστε καλά, και εγώ. Να είστε καλά.
Hello. Sí. Ready? Shall I start? Hello, everyone. My name is Carmen Ballesta, and I'm here to talk about the technological renaissance of art. And I want to start by asking you, the public, a question. How many of you owns an NFT right now? Can you raise your hand? Okay. So you more or less know what an NFT is. So I'm going to go a bit fast in here. But I came up recently with a description of an NFT as an electronic node in an immutable and decentralized database, the blockchain, that determines the ownership of a certain asset. In my field of expertise, that asset is a artwork, right? So NFT stands for non-fungible tokens, which means that something cannot be exchangeable for something else because they are not equally the same, like something that is fungible, like cryptocurrencies that can be changed one for another. So that means that NFT brings really exceptional properties to the art world, okay? I put in there 6 features that for me are the most important on that. Is that NFTs are unique because the artist himself or herself is the only one who determines how many quantities of that work of art. It is registered because transactions are always going to be on the blockchain. You can always track it thanks to this blockchain technology. They're also transferable peer-to-peer. I can transfer a work of art to my mom, and also an artist can transfer the work of art to me. They are scarce, and for me, the 4th point is the most important because digital world, before NFTs, was lacking of scarcity. And that means that it was lacking of value. Something is valuable because it's scarce. You don't want to buy a candle that Amazon sells like hundreds and thousands and millions and trillions every day for $10,000 because it doesn't make sense. It's not scarce. There is a lot. But when something is actually scarce, you want to buy it. You wish you could have Mona Lisa hang in your wall because there is only one, and it's super valuable. And this is what NFTs bring to the digital space, amongst others. It's also interoperable because you can change it in service. Like, it's not a big platform owning the work of art for you. No, you can change it. And it's also programmable because it allows to incorporate different features like royalty for the creators that actually improves the physical work of art, the physical world of art, because in a normal gallery, when you buy a physical work of art, you cannot give royalties to the artist every time that a work of art is getting selling. So as a history, I put this diagram. It started, the NFTs actually kind of started in 2012, where the programmers tried to give more features to the Bitcoin, which was a bit complicated, and they came up with color coins. Then it came Rare Pepe in the counterparty.io platform. Then it came the CryptoPunks that didn't even have the Ethereum standard ERC 721 for the NFT, so the functionalities were very short, you know. And then CryptoKitties, and then like the explosion was when Christie's, one of the main auction houses in the world, sold the first 5,000 days of Beeple for $69 million, right? But actually, in the world of art, what is considered to be the first artwork associated to an NFT is this one. It's called Quantum, and is from an artist called Kevin McCoy. He was and he is a digital and generative artist. And he came up with the idea in 2014 of using blockchain technology to be registered as in the digital space. And it was actually minted on the Namecoin blockchain in 2014. So, but this is considered to be the first work of art, and I think this quantum work of art started to introduce that change, that renaissance in the world of art. So, why NFTs, right? Why NFTs are making the change? This is quite simple if you think about it in this way, okay? Buying an NFT is not too different from when you buy something in the physical world. But instead of giving a paper saying like this is your certificate of authenticity in the world, in the real world, in the physical world, you have NFTs that is like something that have been born on the internet. So also in the physical world, ownership takes people out. I put this example here because when you buy something in the physical world, it precludes someone to enjoy it, okay? But NFTs actually is expansive. An NFT offers a system of ownership that the more times is seen, shared, enjoyed, the more value it is. The more people want to buy it, right? Even though you are the only owner of that. But people, the more you make your NFT visible and up into the world, the more value has. So it's quite curious, right? Because it not only brings the physical ownership type in the digital world, it actually improves it. So for this renaissance that I'm talking about, it's because before, it wouldn't make sense for artists to make digital art. What for? I mean, it would be you are an artist, you make a digital piece of artwork, and then it's going to be a screenshot, copy, send, resend, and no one is the owner of that. No one pays the artist for the actual work, right? And thanks to this NFTs and the blockchain technology, it now makes sense. The artists are more encouraged now to create using tech as a new tool. Tech has been there a long time now, but artists wasn't encouraged to use them to create work of art. And also collectors are being like buying with certainty. Like before you can buy a video on a gallery, on a physical gallery, if they have an artist that have made a video, you can buy it for 30 euros or 40, 50, not more. Because of course you can sell it or send it to your mom and no one will know which is the original. Now this has completely changed. And something that I think really deep is that before NFTs, the internet was a copy machine. So now we are taking the creators to receive royalty, to allow the warranty proof of origination of this. And it's also, NFTs are allowing everyone to own their data, right? Also, digital art has been around us a long time. Like, think how many advertising campaigns do you see with digital art? And it's important, like, to think about that. But from now on, we are actually taking responsibility of it. And also, this new renaissance is important because social media, this has completely changed the art industry, because now artists can connect with collectors and collectors with artists, and this has made the difference, completely difference. Before that, you only could go into a gallery, the galleries will show you his artist and you can buy it, but you will never have contact with the artist. Now it's completely different. Like, I have a lot of artists on my Instagram that I don't even know, and I send them direct messages and they answer me. I mean, like you, if someone sends you an interesting direct message, you will answer, right? So this is another part of the Renaissance. And also the metaverse, okay? Everything that is being done in the real world is being recreated in the metaverse as a digital universe that mirrors our world. So now, you, in the physical world, you can go to a gallery, buy a work of art, take it to your home, and you enjoy it, and it marks a time of your life when you could went to a gallery and buy your first digital artwork. Now, it's going to be the same, but in the metaverse. It opens, it's free yourself from barriers. And I added these two sentences there because I read them in some blog the other day, and I thought they were super interesting. Like, internet, back in the 90s, dissolved geographic boundaries, because you could connect with someone in New York, being here in Thessaloniki. And NFTs dissolve economic boundaries for creators and collectors and people who use digital, which is everyone. So as trends, I'm not going to stop and explain them because I don't have much time. You can ask me later, but these are one of my favorite NFT digital artworks / projects. And I think collections are the reflection of a real time we are living in. And we are living the digital era, so we have to be there. We have to consume it, because what artists tell us with their works is 100% worth it. And of course, as an investment, as just for passion or for social improvement, but we have to hear them. And oh well, this is the video of people. And ultimately, I think a hybrid model of ownership and experience, in which you mix digital ownership with physical experience, is cool, or could be the one that lasts longer. And also now there are a lot of technology companies that are creating NFT displays, solutions like screens and all that stuff. And a lot of institutions are also exhibiting digital works of art. So yeah, I think NFTs are here to stay, and they have brought a huge change and a renaissance of the digital art world. Thank you for that. Shall I?
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna.
Ανοίξτε μου κάτι. Έχω πολύ... Ναι, ωραία. Γεια σας, είμαι ο Βασίλης Αμούρκας, Deputy Editor.
Hello, I am Vasilis Tsamourkas, the Deputy Editor of Fortune Greece. Following Carmen's presentation, we're going to have a discussion that will make it very interesting. We're starting we will be discussing in English.
I said in Greek that this is going to be a very interesting question, interesting interview and discussion, because, well, we heard you what you talked before, But we have company now, and we're going to say more things about it.
Super good company.
I would like to, besides Carmen Balesta, I'd like to welcome Maximilian Winter. He's the CEO of Rare Candy 3D. Vladimiros Pelvanidis, he's owner of Another Digital, and Joaquin Tusquets, who is a blockchain advisor and metaverse expert.
Nobody's expert.
Nobody's expert, okay.
No.
Because I am not an expert about NFTs and the metaverse, for sure.
Neither do I.
So I heard, Carmen, what said about NFTs and art. Okay. But I still want to know, what is an NFT? Is it just a piece of art?
You can show one.
Is it, well, an investment product? A ticket to the metaverse, or a gimmick? I would like to ask each one of you. Let's start on the other side. Let's start with Joaquin.
Okay, I would say it's. I describe it as a digital item. So when you own this item, you become part of a community. So every community has like an objective, and you can get different benefits from the utilities from each community. And the goal is that every member of the community, they add value somehow with their relationships, with their personal connections. So the membership card, I would say the NFT, grows up in value. So that's how I would define it.
Okay. Vladimir?
I think that NFTs, like the way I see them, I think they are more of digitally verifiable ownership contracts. So they could be attributed to owning digital art, but that could be also a proof of ownership for something that's physical. That can be a real estate contract. It can be a car. It can be like a physical cloth, like a fashion wearable, a ticket to an event. So essentially, NFT is like a way to prove without intermediaries, without third parties kind of vouching for it, that you own or you are part of something very, very specific.
Like a certificate?
Correct.
Okay. Max?
You know how at university, when you have a multiple choice exam, they give you the option, all of the above? Like, that's the right answer here. Everything you mentioned, all of the above.
I feel like I'm in the university right now, for sure. Carmen, did they say everything?
They say everything, and I also mentioned it at the beginning, like, the definition is perfect.
Okay, well, Carmen, you talked about the technological renaissance of art. How is it going to benefit the field? And what about, let's say, the opposition, the other side, the traditional minds?
The traditional mind, I mean, this is going to, digital art, thanks to NFTs, I already explained it, it has changed a lot, and it has been a huge improvement for that. Because before that, the internet was a giant copy machine with the only possible business model being the advertisement. Not because we want it, but because it was paying the bills of that. With NFTs, this changed completely. And because artists now want to create, they receive royalties. Collectors are secure buying art, and they also own their data, which is like super important. And comparing it to the traditional work of art, I mean, I don't think we have to compare. It's never all or nothing. They both can co-live together. It's not a problem. It can. Traditional art has always have new times, new. For example, when the Impressionists came, everyone was like, oh my gosh, no, this is horrible, this is gonna destroy our art, which was super realism. And it's happening exactly the same, like history repeats itself over and over again, but I think they will co-live, and traditional art will integrate digital art, and we will take it as normal.
This reminds me of the story, well, the evolution of entertainment, like the radio, cinema, records, tapes, MP3s, and now the online stores, music, and the NFTs.
Yeah.
But Max, I am talking about entertainment. Okay. Can you tell me how the NFTs define some or all fields of entertainment?
So earlier Carmen asked a question about who here owns an NFT, right? Can you show your hands really quick again? Now, 1 year ago, I was holding a speech on NFTs in Thessaloniki also, and it was only one person, so I'm very happy to see a lot of hands. Keep it up, Thessaloniki. But is anybody here that owns an NFT that is not digital art? Please put up your hand. What do you own? Nice, nice. I get you, I get you. It's very nice. Okay, but right now, 90% of NFTs are digital art, right? But entertainment is more than just art, right? The reason why right now most of the NFTs are digital art is because NFTs are solving a lot of problems or shortcomings of the traditional art market. But of course, there are also other industries of entertainment, such as fashion, such as music, etc. And we can see that these things start more and more to interrupt also. So we don't know how it can work, how it can redefine. Basically, it's like asking somebody in the year 2002, how can the internet redefine entertainment? If you ask 100 people, you'll get 100 questions, but probably none of them would be able to guess where we are right now. And that's why I love also what you said at the beginning. If anybody claims they know what happens in 10 years, if anybody claims to be an NFT expert, turn around and run away, because it doesn't exist. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, it did, but there is another part in my question. Can we find, or is there an equilibrium between our digital life and our real life if we get into so deeply into such things like the metaverse and the NFTs, etc.?
Oh, nice. Nice, nice. Okay, that's actually one of my favorite questions, right? It was like one of the only good things that happened during this pandemic was that our life moved more and more online on like a large scale, right? Now, I'm a human, I have a certain personality. The reason I dress the way I dress is because this is an extension of my personality that I'm showing to you right now. As I'm moving online and as I'm communicating online with people, I have the same need to express my personality, if this is with my fashion, if this is with music, etc. So I think there are a lot of interesting advancements when it comes to this. Like one of the approach we have at Rare Candy, for example, we work with silo chips. So for example, we have physical fashion NFTs. There's like a piece of clothing, but it also contains a chip that you can scan, and it shows the proof of ownership and that you actually hold this NFT in your wallet. So I think there's a big future for not just digital things, not just digital things, but exactly this combination. This is a perfect sweet spot. If we manage to combine both of them, if I buy a sweater from Versace, and I get the same sweater maybe also in the metaverse. This would be a...
I have done that last week. Sarah launched a collection when you buy your physical, it was a jumper, and then I also got it for the metaverse. So it was amazing. Like I will always buy clothes like that.
Okay. Vladimir, all of those things, digital or physical, are made by creators. So the creators have to protect their IPs, their intellectual properties. We are heading to a world, over-digitalized world, let me say. Is it a threat, this over-digitalization of creations, or is it a benefit?
Oh, that's a tough one, but I assume that when it comes to intellectual property, like most of the artists, most of the creators, what they found interesting in NFTs in the first place is that you get rid of intermediaries. So there is a way to kind of create your things, sell it to your audience without paying taxes, without having an agency or like a gallery or whatever. So this is like the first reason everyone gets involved. But when it comes to IPs, it depends on how do you structure your NFT contract, essentially, like a smart contract. A smart contract, in case you don't know, is like a piece of code, or it's like an automated program on Ethereum or on any other blockchain that supports smart contracts. And it depends who creates the smart contract. So if it's a company, for example, like a big company that works with IP, they will probably insert inside the contract that every time this thing is resolved, I'm going to make a percentage, or I'm going to give something to the artist, or in most cases, what we've seen from big curation houses, like NFT houses, they keep all the royalties, and then in the end of the month, they're going to distribute it back to the artist. But I think it's in the artist's hands, like you can skip even that and create a contract that gives you the royalties automatically. Every time somebody uses this NFT or every time this NFT changes hands, your wallet is directly involved. You don't need anyone for this.
Will you need a lawyer for that?
I'm sorry?
Will you need a lawyer for that?
It depends. It depends. It all comes down on how deep you're involved in the tech. Obviously, not everyone is a programmer. You can't expect, most artists who start with NFTs, I think they choose a platform that they think it's nice, it looks nice, or it looks easy to use, and they mint their first NFT there. But I think as much as time passes and you get involved, you realize that you can optimize. You can create contracts that are closer to your business model or to your thoughts, or can deliver exactly what you had in mind, besides relying on third parties to structure this revenue stream and this relationship between the creator and the creator economy.
Okay, Max.
Excuse me, I forgot something earlier. When all of you guys raised your hand and said you had an NFT, I forgot to mention that I brought an NFT for the rest of you guys, so that if we hold a speech here next year, please, I want to see everyone's hands up. Just scan it and maybe pass it on when you're done. That would be amazing.
Okay.
Take your time.
Nice.
That's a surprise. Thank you, Max.
I wanted to, Max.
Joaquin, let's talk about the real stuff. Let's talk about the crypto winter, as some beloved media would like to call the collapse of the total valuation of cryptocurrency. And I'm talking about cryptocurrency because NFT and cryptos are interconnected, let's say something like that. So are you afraid that this winter will affect the development of the NFTs world, let me say that?
It will make them grow.
So make it grow?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm very positive. Okay, the thing is, this is my second crypto winter. I started the crypto space around 6 years ago. So I remember back in January 2018, it looked like a ghost town. I mean, nobody was there. The price collapsed and people ran away from crypto. VCs were not investing and developers were trying to find some other jobs. And right now, we're in a completely different situation. We have a macro situation that is not helping anyone. I mean, it's affecting every single market, not only the crypto market. And I see every single day how communities are growing, are getting created, new technologies are getting applied. And I'm very positive, I'm very optimistic. I keep buying NFTs like crazy, like a degen that I am, every single week. And I will keep adding value to the community as a Web3 person.
Let me play the devil's advocate here. I saw you before. There's a Bloomberg report a couple of days ago on Wednesday. It's citing data from Unanalytics. It says that the NFTs trading in September has returned to pre-bubble levels, with monthly volume falling 97% from a January peak. So what is happening here?
Okay, the thing is, the market capitalization for crypto has decreased a lot, maybe 75% down. I don't know the numbers, but everything. I mean, Bitcoin, all crypto capitalization has gone down, right? So I keep buying, and I keep seeing communities, new NFTs collections launching. Price for me is distraction from the actual technology. So if you don't focus on price, you just keep building and building. The next bull run is going to be amazing. I mean, for me, there's something very important as well, is people, the average Joe, they don't know how to create a MetaMask account, right? So we need to focus not only in creating on Web3, we need to also do some education for our Web2 people, and so we have like more people getting involved into Web3. So the market capitalization also grows in an organic way. So. Yeah.
And you said about Web3. Well, I have one of my favorite descriptions of what Web3 is. It uses, it said, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs to give power back to the users in the form of decentralized ownership.
Yeah, it works.
So, citing that, Carmen.
I would change it a bit. If you want, I can give my own description of Web3.
Okay.
Yeah. So, when I have to explain to someone like what's the difference between Web 1, Web 2, and Web 3, what I say is, okay, Web 1. We have to remember those old websites where you used to only put the address, read the newspaper, and run away from that website. You didn't interact at all with that website. Web 2 is you put a username and a password. You interact with that website, like Facebook, for example. You upload content, you put likes, you write to people. They keep this data and they sell the data to third parties and they get super rich and the user doesn't feel it. I mean, yeah, okay, you have a better user experience, but it's not enough.
And Web3 is no more Zuckerbergs.
No more, yes, there will be always Zuckerbergs, but the thing is you have a wallet, you connect your wallet to the website, you interact with this website and you disconnect, but you know what's going on every time. What you're I mean, if the company gets money, you get money as a user. So it's like the power is getting back to the user, right? So that's how I would describe it.
Yeah. So this sounds like life-changing. And Carmen, I would like to ask you first, and then the other fellows. In which ways all of those things, all of those terms we heard today, like the Web3, the NFTs, etc., change the way we work, the way we shop, the way we live?
I mean, Web3 will change how we conceive internet, and it is changing it already. Now we are going through this way. Joaquin and I were talking before, like about the Web 2.5 things that are already there on the internet that are not Web 2, but they are in Web 3, fully Web 3 neither. And I think it will change the way we interact with internet, the way we buy things on internet, the way we create on internet, because that data is given back to us. We don't have to be prisoners of big companies that gets all the money, right? Also for work of art, Web3 is life changer, but in this field, I think there will always have to be some expert on that. Like, not someone managing data or managing what you buy or what you sell or how do you buy or how you sell, but yes, they have to be advisors. Because if you want to invest on expensive work of art as an investment, you will have, or you will need, advisor of an artwork professional. So Web3 is not bad as saying we are going to get rid of everyone. No, I mean, wait a moment. We are just going to improve the system on our data, and on our creation.
Max?
I think my favorite example and the easiest to explain is like cutting out intermediaries, right? We are now paying a lot of money. I'm talking a lot of money to centralized intermediaries. Yeah. If these are banks, if I go and I pay with my Alpha Bank for a Freddo Espresso here, like the bank chooses the circumstances. If a bank decides to increase the fee that I pay for it, I will have to deal with this. I will have to live with it. So if we have a similar principle that we can do without an intermediary, where everybody profits, the buyer and the seller, then that's like a no-brainer direction that we have to take.
And Vladimir?
I think Web3 changes, essentially it's like the next generation internet, as Joaquin mentioned, and I think that you can see it from a pragmatic perspective, like how it actually changes our lives is that the most easy example is that we don't have to cut trees, print paper money, have heavy armored vehicles transferring this money, like just in the sense that you optimize, you have like a more efficient economic system, a more transparent economic system. This is already like a way forward. And then NFTs, you know, everyone talks about NFTs. They think it's digital pictures of cats that's worth of millions or whatever.
Isn't it?
In most cases, that's the case nowadays. But I think that you can check NFTs in a way that if you look at the big companies like Walmart, IBM, how they utilize NFTs, they're not selling pictures of cats, but they're using it for the supply chain management. They use it to scan a milk bottle and know, like, hey, what kind of cows produce this milk, who brewed this milk in the supermarket, how much we have left. All this information that can be like that, it tracks history. The NFT tracks like the whole history of an asset, whether that's a physical or digital asset. And I think this kind of small optimizations and efficiency-driven practices are unavoidable practically. It's not a matter of whether we liked NFTs or Web3 or not, but it's just going to make life faster, easier, more interactive, less frustrating for everyone.
Okay, Joaquin, we have less than a minute, so...
Yeah, okay, no, just wanted to add, we have like a huge gap between Web 2 and Web 3 people, right? So there is this gap that we need to focus on education, so we can get together all these two worlds, and so the average Joe can benefit from all these technologies that we are benefiting right now. So
okay, thank you very much for, well, showing me that I have no idea about this stuff. Thank you very much for being with us. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very fun. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για αυτό το ενδιαφέρον πάνελ που ακολουθούμε.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. Now we move on to Mr. Spiros Xiafis, who's a pre-sales engineer at Checkpoint. He will be talking about data-driven security. You have the floor, Mr. Xiafis.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. My name is Spiros Xiafis. I am in the Greek headquarters of Checkpoint. We will be talking about data-driven security, and this is related to how Checkpoint, training and engineering training is using checkpoints in order to deal with cyber threats. So we will be talking about the need for data-driven security, and we will show that for its proper operation and application, there's a whole structure that relies on artificial intelligence and a number of mathematical formulas and machine learning. But we are going to focus on some references that you can use. These references can refer you to huge literature on this issue. We will see the background for the solutions of cybersecurity and why data-driven security is the nucleus and the core of Checkpoint. All the rationale behind that relies on machine learning and the way by which the R&D department of Checkpoints can use in order for this to be a comparative advantage of the company against the other competitors in the market. And this method is that competitive and effective as that we offer the best protection to our customers. So in Checkpoint, we are using machine learning in order to determine software and to deal with threats that have not been done in the past. So we rely on data that are collected for 28 years now. I could say that machine learning is fascinating. It is fun. What does this mean? We see in this example, this person does not exist.com, where this photo has been created with machine learning. This is not a real person. So this gentleman in the photo has been created through machine learning, because this technique relies on the processing of thousands of photos of real people. And I suggest that you use this QR code to enter this website and see how this photo has been created. So the use of machine learning is even more necessary because our attack surface is increasing, it is expanding, and the attack surface is larger. And we have seen how in March 2020, when we had, due to the COVID pandemic, we had to work remotely. So we saw that all employees had access to on-premises service or clouds remotely from their house and using their own laptops or PCs. So here we have to keep in mind that prevention in our days is much, much more important, and it is more urgent than in the past. Also, when we talk about resources are limited, that is the limitation of resources, apart from the necessity for more computer capacity, we need to focus on human resources and the manpower, which at this moment in most businesses and companies is few and cannot respond and meet the requirements. And finally, a problem that we see in the companies is that we have to take a series of measures in order to prevent cyber attacks and cyber threats. Why is this important? Because as you can see on this pyramid, attack is much easier than defense. The defender must observe the whole surface, attack surface, and the set of resources is increasing. And in checkpoint, what we do is to protect this flow from bits. We see the signatures, the flows, and the packages, and this is why the cost is increasing compared to the resource in terms of the resources needed. So 10 years ago, we started looking at the tip of the pyramid, that is the intention of the software, because this is how we can reduce the costs required. So in order to understand the intention and to optimize our resources, we need data and to apply a technology that relies on machine learning that we have developed and we're using today. This technology is using 8 resources less than the traditional ways of processing data by using a simple code. Why is predicting important? We cannot predict the future, but what we can do is to distinguish and we can understand that there's a difference between I guess and I forecast. So computer logic relies on the way it works, the way a PC works. There's a specific rationale, there's a specific logic behind the computer. So with the code that we're using, we have a specific result that is usually the same. So we have the data to be processed, we use the same program and we have the same results. But with machine learning, things are different. We create an algorithm of machine learning, we provide the data, and the final results that should be based on calculation, the computer can create a model, and this model can be used in the next step in order to supply more unknown data in order to take a probable result, a probabilistic result. So the first phase of machine learning is when we provide data to the algorithm and we know the result in order to develop the model, and then we provide more and more data in order to optimize the model and the result. The more data we feed into the machine, the more results we have, the more accuracy you have. And in order to prevent attacks, we want to go from the level of probability to determination. And this can be done in practice with a technology that describes what is this, what is the vector that changes something to something else. So we need mathematical representation and abstraction levels in order to reduce the volume of data that we need in order to explore and investigate. So in order to see how we can penetrate in this matter, in order to do so, we can we can use the human language, because through human language we can find something that describes the meaning or the intention to predict a software. In order to understand the intention of a software, this can be done with fewer resources. So if we see here the words king, queen, man, and woman, this can be done by applying a vector, which in this case it's masculinity, and then we have another vector that concerns femininity, and of course we will have the reverse result. When we are studying, exploring the human language, we can find many similar examples. For example, the vector may express the verb tense, and we can change the verbs. So these can help us create abstraction levels. And we also have the natural language processing that is used by the science of informatics as part of artificial intelligence, where we have the interactions between humans and computers. In order to better understand, we can use one of the examples that were used in the past by researchers. They were trying to find the word that is missing in a phrase, like this one. Pineapples are spiky yellow, spiky and yellow. So we were looking for the keyword spiky, and then we were trying to find a way to end up with to the whole phrase. So they were changing the keyword, and they were establishing a model that would give us the result based on the context. So this model was developed over time, reaching a milestone on May 2020. What does this model give us? Think that we are starting to say a phrase, or we're talking about a study. So I started studying at Princeton, and then I say that I'm now studying at Oxford. And this model understands that since Princeton, the word Princeton has been mentioned once, and then I talk about Boston all the time, it changes the word Princeton into Boston, because it believes that I made a mistake. So what we have to keep in mind is that this model is open source. It can be used by everyone, and it has about 185 million of data sets in order to optimize the result. What other things do we have? If we take a look at the technology by which we are transforming images to figures, that is called convolutional network, you can see how it works. At each one of these levels, we have a specific equation that allow us to convert the image into frames, and frame by frame we can reach a formula, a mathematical formula. Through this sequencing that we follow, we reach a depiction of 92.7% of accuracy. This means that we can describe complicated images into a series and translate it into a series of numbers. When we take a look at this technology, we understand that we can adopt it in files, in executable files. And this is something that we started some years ago when we took this series of non-processed bytes, raw bytes, and we use these executable files as inputs to create a model. So this model of machine learning was used, and it was the same as the one that we saw for the processing of images. So we managed to use the same mathematical model in order simply to process executable files. This means that starting from the stream of the data, we managed to have multiple abstractions per stage and to simplify this executable file. So we used this mathematical concept of vector for cybersecurity. In order to better understand that, we have to see the API codes. The API codes are the easier way to interconnect with specific systems. Even a malignant software uses this technology in order to pervert a malignant attack. So if we monitor these API calls and we understand that they are just language, we can use machine NLP learning in order to understand the intent of this series and to acknowledge and to identify its objectives, what they want to do. So this technology applied in our technology is called sandboxing, and it is carried out on the cloud. So when we understand the intent of the executable files, we see the API codes, we identify them, and we process them through NLP technology, that is through machine learning. And so you can see this QR code, the TADF algorithm by which you can understand words inside documents. And what have we done with this analysis? We have taken all the samples of malware software that we have identified over the last 28 years, and we classified all these samples. We classified all these samples using a model representing all the software, the malware that have been recorded in the last 28 years. The way of dimensional representation helps us see the classification and the grouping of malware. This grouping is very important because it was performed based on the common traits of these malwares, either in terms of the code used by these malwares or based on the methodologies used. And this gives us a basis on which we can classify malware into groups. And why have we done this? And why? What is the benefit? Checkpoint 2 years ago performed the research. This research has taken advantage, has used this classification in order to classify the following malwares. So we have the APT ecosystem that may refer to a country, and this APT ecosystem may be composed of many families of malwares. 60 families with 200 modules. We found out that there are connections, and we found out that there were no interconnection between them. There were 3 independent groups that were supplying and feeding these malwares. So this survey has been announced, published as open source, and all the tools have been provided as open source so that they can be available and used by other researchers. So saving is very important. Saving of resources is something very important, because when we know a malware and the DNA of its malware, we can address at the specific family of malware, and we can find a way for the checkpoint to deal with this specific malware. So if we see the methodology of the web cloud and how the simulation performed by malware, software, we can see that sandboxing is using 2 phases of machine learning, 2 specific sectors in order to provide the required result. These modules gives us the opportunity to understand the structure, to the activity of the registry, and to deassemble the code in order to classify the software in a specific family. And of course, here we see the QRL that we have to know. Then we classify the metadata, and we can have an even more accurate result. All these are more complicated for an executable file, but it is easier for a PDF or an Office file. And a very good example on how successful and effective is this methodology is this one. Here we had a malicious software that we ran, a malicious software that we found in a customer. They never attacked, they never managed to have a successful attack. So we run this malware. This malware is a malignant software, but it never reached the client because we managed to prevent the attack. And then we have uploaded a sample on the Google engine so that the other integrators and vendors to be able to see if they can identify it. 45 out of 73 producers and the developers managed to identify this software as malware, but they needed 4 days. So you understand how difficult is this and how important is checkpoint machine learning in order to have the optimal results in as short as possible, as quickly as possible. So in the research website that we have, we share our experience. So you're invited to take advantage of it, and you will find many interesting things. These are the 5 stages by which we feed the algorithm and we reach the required results, the optimal result. Thank you very much for your time.
Sit here. I'm ready. Thanks for coming to our next session. My name is Kostis Geropoulos. I'm the Energy and Climate Policy and Security Director for Eni Global, and I'm a journalist. And today we're going to talk about funding opportunities in Southeast Europe. We have a very distinguished panel, including from Bulgaria, from Greece, and from Turkey. And we're going to talk about the funding opportunities and the investment opportunities in the region in this kind of difficult time. I'm going to start with Stoyan Nadin. He is the partner of Vitosa Venture Partners. Stoyan, if you can talk us a little bit. I know you talk about the environment in Bulgaria and a little bit, the region, and then we can have a discussion after each one of you just talked about their firm and what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. It's a pleasure to be here with you. So, in short, we are a VC fund based in Bulgaria, 26 million euro, and we have the ambitious goal to invest in 100 companies in 3.5 years. And so far we have invested in around 50 companies, and we run kind of 3 stages: acceleration, then seed, and then close to Series A with tickets from 50K to 1 million euro. We are sector agnostic, and we are super happy to support the Bulgarian startup ecosystem and the ecosystem in the region. And we are super happy to have more and more occasions to meet companies from Greece, from Romania, from Turkey, from Serbia, Macedonia, and so on, and to see that we have a lot of common ground to work together, to co-invest together, and to basically help them scale. So, myself, I've been an entrepreneur and investor for the last 12 years. and it's just a natural way for me to continue giving value in the venture capital industry.
Next to you is İlsan Elgin. He's the general partner of Finberg Multi VC. He's from Turkey. İlsan, the floor is yours.
Sure. This is İhsan. I'm based in Istanbul. We are running 3 different VCs. One of them is only focused fintech. Second one is the opportunistic one, investing fintech, retail tech, and Web 3.0. The last one is just investing the retail tech. These are the regional funds. As of today, we have invested $48 million to the 28 startups and 7 different funds out of Turkey. So usually we are investing at least $500,000 and $1 million. These are our ticket size. Post-seed, bridge to Series A, we are trying to invest this type of the companies.
Great. Next to you is Nicholas Takas. He is the CEO of Thermi Venture Capital Management SA. He's from Greece. I understand, Nicholas, you're doing also a lot of things in energy as well. Tell us a little bit about your company, and then we can before we go.
So I represent Thermi Group. We are an investment group based in Thessaloniki, in northern Greece. We were founded like 2000, early 2000s. We are active in venture capital, renewable energy, and real estate. On the venture capital side, we run an accelerator, which is focused on the media sector. We run the biggest business incubator in northern Greece, which focuses on high-tech companies. And also we have the only growth fund in northern Greece, based in northern Greece. We have, it's a generalistic fund, 30 million euro, but we have focused on 4 main, let's say, sectors or pillars. The one is the agro-food sector. The other is the renewable energy sector. The tourism sector, as you can understand, we're in Greece. And the health services sector.
And next is Thomas Athanasiou. Thomas, he's the partner of Elstone Capital. Elstone is one of the newest Greek VCs. Thomas, tell us a little bit about your company.
Hello. Thank you. So yeah, Elstone Capital is indeed one of the newest Greek VCs. It is going to be a 30 million fund. We are going to have our first closing imminently, and when I say imminently, it might happen in the next hour, who knows. Right. So Elstone Capital is a growth investor focusing mainly on the seed stage, but we are flexible, we can go pre-seed, Series A. Geographic focus is Greece and Southern Eastern Europe, but we're quite flexible. We need companies and founding teams that have an angle to Greece. We're going to invest in 3 general megatrends, and what I mean by that is instead of going sectoral, we're focusing on big things that are going to happen in the next 5-10 years, meaning 1, digitalization and operational improvement, and things that fall in there can be anything from fintech, insurtech, edtech, medtech, etc. Second, life in the 21st century. This is how we identify a new world of circular economy, silver economy, healthy eating, healthy style, work-life habits, etc. And third, the whole element of sustainability, whether it is environmental, social and governance, with a big focus on diversity, inclusion, and the whole social impact of the moving parts of a new world. I would say our key focus in terms of ticket would be, our average ticket would be somewhere in the area of 500 to $1 million, but we're flexible to go up and down.
Now, I want to open up the floor for discussion, and we'll talk a little bit about the investment trends in the region and also the challenges. I mean, Stoyan, what still needs to be developed, and what's there and what's missing in terms of developing investment in the region? And
I think we have many reasons to focus on the positive for the entire region, because considering that the region is slightly less developed than Western Europe, I think we are far ahead comparatively in terms of startup ecosystem, in terms of venture capital, traditions that were established in the last 10 years really intensively. And we should be really grateful for the support and the strategy of European Union to allocate and to capital in this sector, and to actually have this strategic vision to enable and support funds like ours. Still, our challenge as VC professionals should be to lure and to entice more and more capital, private capital, in venture capital investing, and not keep it as just something that's been done for the development of the ecosystem, something that's been done to just teach entrepreneurs how to create startups, but really as a way to make money, and that's the way it should be. I think probably Turkey is the most advanced country in this aspect, where the most amount of money is attracted from private sources. And I was still happy to hear that that the EU did also some good job there by paving the way so that a lot of American capital can go. So our job would be really to teach our founders to grow the companies internationally, to make our equity more and more liquid, so that we just don't have a portfolio of companies that are unable to have an exit, but that we really make them liquid, and that we attract more and more private funding in the region.
In some what Stoyan said about in Turkey, you have a lot. I mean, it's easier to attract investment for startups, and also.
Yeah, in Turkey, 2010, everything has started. At that time, $10 million early stage investment total. In 2017, it's 120 million. Last year in Turkey, just early stage, not the late stages, not the secondaries, they invested $1.8 billion to the Turkish startups. This year, end of the third quarter, it's almost $2 billion. So it's increasing because of some of the unicorns. Like they're going to have the PayHawk, other ones they have the UiPath in Romania, similar to that, but we have the decacorns also. So when you start to have these unicorns and decacorns, the foreign investors coming to the country. But what I see the missing point in the region, they are good investors, but we don't do the co-invest. Everybody start to try to invest by themselves. If you invest just for yourself, then you cannot help them, your startups, to be regional. Whenever I find a deal, I need to invite them, and we can invest together. Then our companies can be regional in the first month, second month, third month, support of the others. So this is the biggest missing point in our region.
Nicholas, you're based in Thessaloniki, so what's the investment like in the region, and what are the mega trends, especially in northern Greece?
Yes, well, the funding is not an issue right now for any company. There are a lot of funds out there that can help fund ideas or even later stages of the company. So I don't believe that funding is a problem. Especially with the banks giving loans until now. I don't know what's going to happen now with the increase of the interest rates and the social the war situation that's happening in the Ukraine. These are unforeseen times for our generation at least, and we don't know how the investment side is going to adapt, or is going to follow the current situation. The trends are in the region, I believe, that are mostly the same. As Thomas said, in the ICT sector, Internet of Things, fintech, etc. Those are the trends. Especially in northern Greece, we see that there are some big investments from big companies that are happening, and that is good. It's creating an ecosystem of ICT here in Thessaloniki, which is something that we can help and try to establish, and but also in these times and after the COVID pandemic, which the supply chain was, let's say, had significant problems. So logistics is one sector that is going to be very, investments are going to happen very, very fast here in the region with the utilization of the ports and privatization of the ports. Renewable energy, which is, we now understand that renewable energy is one of the biggest issues and the biggest sectors that we must invest, because we need energy autonomy.
Right.
And this war has shown us how significant the energy autonomy is. And of course, I believe that tourism is always going to be a sector that Greece is going to excel. And in northern Greece, especially, which we are far behind, that is, I believe that significant investments are going to happen in the tourism sector. And also, don't forget, the agro-food, which also, again, due to this war, we see that the supply of basic raw materials and crops is very important for our economies.
Thomas, I mean, in terms of firms growing internationally, and is it how is it easy to grow and create these much needed partnerships between the companies, not necessarily within Greece also, but also within the region? As Insan mentioned earlier about the need of all working together. I mean, what's your experience from your team? I mean, it seems like you help management teams grow and stuff.
I think in theory, every VC is exactly what they want to do and they should be doing, and this is what every startup and every founder should be looking for, to get like the experience and the network and the collaboration and the synergies. I mean, currently, in the macroeconomic environment, there is an elephant in the room. There is like what's happening, geopolitically, and what is the impact in currency-wise, macro trends, supply chain, everything. So this also can affect, the way that whether it's the right time to internationalize. From my point of view, is that when you invest in the business, obviously as a VC investor, you're looking at what will happen with the exit. But what we want to do is push like our companies to properly go abroad. As like Isan said, as Stolian said, let's work together. I mean, let's find companies that can actually, either properly have synergies together, merge, or work together, do the co-investments, and then it is easier to access different markets, get the knowledge, and maybe apply different tactics, different experiences to what we do. And all of us have a background. We are not new to investing. I'm sure we all have a good network, both locally and internationally, and we can use this network to our benefit. Not just on our diligence bit. I give a call to either of us and say, is this a good company? Is this a good sector? I'm sure we can judge this on ourselves. The point is, how do we do this together? And the biggest challenge for me is that from the part of the startup guys, they haven't seen this happening because we haven't really collaborated, which is something we should do. And then, like when we talk, they don't really see the benefit of it. It has to be proven. And what we need is 1-2 success stories where 2-3 Greek funds have collaborated with, your funds, and we have like an IPO, we have an exit in a big, in a big, corporate, and then, it will just flow.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of opportunities, I mean, you think, Nicholas mentioned, how, the war in Ukraine has kind of highlighted the need for energy and renewables and also agro. What do you see as the opportunities in terms of?
I mean, sectorally wise, I would say, our market, and I put the whole of Southern Eastern Europe, is indeed small. So you can't just go and say, healthcare is an opportunity, insurance is an opportunity. The sectors are massive. The thing is, you need to find opportunities in the opportunities, like cherry pick. For example, you can see that business, like the business services bit in Greece, and the whole developments, the whole development, like hubs are building, Amazon, Google, Pfizer are coming to Greece. So you can see a part there. There have been incentives, tax incentives from the government, for example, just an example, in the media and film industry. You can see there is an opportunity for video editing, etc., etc. Agro, for example, and especially the bit of healthy eating, biological. Greece has, and Bulgaria and Turkey have an advantage there. Like we have like the perfect example of Arabia when it was sold to Apple, KKR for a massive price, which, and this is like a proper success story. Then going into tourism, what Nico said, obviously you have like the core tourism, the hard assets, hotels, etc. But we can do tourist activities, we can do like the medical tourism. There is a lot of things that can happen in these parts. And obviously, I mean, we are in Greece, we have wind, energy, sun, sea, we can use this to our benefit and create like businesses that focus on the environment. I mean, these are like a few ideas, but they're obvious.
Yeah, it seems like a clean, protecting the climate and clean forms of energy as well as, waste management. It seems like there's a lot of opportunities there. Stoyan, in terms of Bulgaria, I mean.
Yeah, I wanted to also continue on this direction of talk. So I think one of the biggest challenges for all our countries is that the markets are a bit too small to have a unicorn existing in our markets. Just like, for example, a large US startup operating in the US can be easily a unicorn or decacorn, or in China. Wow, the challenge that we have here is that we should grow internationally in order to have these kind of success stories. And to grow internationally, we really need that skills that we a little bit lack, or there are not enough people that have them to be able to organize international sales, to build really good sales teams that cannot just go to one market when you, because you have a really good friend in Germany and you want him to be your CEO of the German branch, but to really be able to manage international expansions that can lead to these success stories. And I think it's a good start if we start supporting each other with the market entry of the startups that we have, that at least we establish some kind of a pattern or a path that the companies that we want to support in a market expansion in Southeast in Europe, they can at least we can at least open the markets for them. So I would say. Building professional international sales would be one of the biggest challenges that we need to overcome as VCs and as just educational capacities in our countries. In Bulgaria, for sure.
Sam, you had something to say on this, the same topic?
Yeah, we have a different problem because in Turkey we have more than 100 million people. So all our entrepreneurs, they just focus Turkey because they think it's enough for them. So this is our challenge, to push them go international. From the trend side, we can see the opportunity after the pandemic. I see that B2B solutions. Now, new investments will come from the B2B side because we don't have any B2B payment solutions enough, B2B marketplaces, B2B e-commerce. So now we are trying to push our entrepreneurs to do something over that side. Also, micro-investment side, because new generation of the young people, they like to invest. That's why they go to the crypto, NFT. But all the Web 2 and Web 3 solutions like Nasdaq and the commodity and the crypto at the same time to invest them, it's going to be a big opportunity after today.
Because we are going to be, running time, and we're four of us. And I think I like to do with my panels is like as just a final note from each of you. What's your, if you wanted like an advice or a key point that our theme here is funding opportunities in Southeast Europe. What do you think is like the most kind of important element that you want to leave this panel with? Let's start with you.
Let's join forces in investments and in opening our markets to each other.
Yeah, it's same, co-invest.
Nicholas?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Also, co-investments, so opening the markets, collaboration between us all. That's
For me, it would be a message to the founders and the startup teams, but we are all open for business. We're keen. We want ambitious teams. Come to us. We will find a way to make it happen.
Yeah.
Wow, you look like you're all in agreement here. So
It's
like,
advertising
this is a good
Final note of advertising.
I think Thomas is going to be like the coordinating.
Well, I didn't say anything about that.
I want to thank my panel so much for participating in the funding opportunities in Southeast Europe. Stoyan and Dean, Insan Elgin, Thomas Athanasiou, and Nicholas Takas, thank you so much for being here today, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ξεκινάμε. Ωραία, δεν ξέρω αν με ακούτε. Καλησπέρα. Είμαι...
Good morning. I'm Popia Steriada. I'm a journalist at Tria TV station, and we are going to continue our discussion on venture capitals with a new panel. I would like to... We will be speaking in English, since we have Mr. Kamen Bankovsky with us. Welcome, Mr. Bankovsky.
Let's start by introducing yourself to our audience and say a few words about your VC.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for having me. We are an early stage fund based out of Sofia, Bulgaria. We have a 26 million euro fund size. We've been active since 2020, and we have a classic 10-year fund structure. We're going to be investing in 100 companies within our investment period, and we're investing in ticket size between 30K and 1 million euro per company. We are a generalist fund. We don't focus on a specific industry or a specific sector that we like. We have hardware companies. We have a flying bicycle company in our portfolio. We have a vegan chocolate company which exports hundreds of thousands of units of chocolates from Bulgaria to the United States, to Walmart every month. And of course, we have the classic B2B SaaS companies in our portfolio. So, generalist approach, 30K to 1 million euro ticket sizes, and we have an investment period up until the end of 2023, active until 2030. We're a 10-people team, 7 of us based in Sofia, Bulgaria, and we have 3 team members, 1 based in California, 1 based in Vienna, Austria, and 1 based in Tallinn, Estonia, which helps for business development opportunities for our portfolio, along with follow-on opportunities for co-investors and for investors that take on the companies after we're able to support them. And that serves as, hopefully, for the next funds, when we expand regionally, as deal flow. And in a summary, that's it about us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next to Mr. Bankovsky, Mr. Sotiris Hiagas, partner of Tex Capital Fund, the person from Thessaloniki and the host of the company because of locality. So, a few words about your
in English.
Fund. Let's do it in English. Yeah.
All right. Welcome and thank you for being here to listen to what we have to say. I'm Sotiris, partner at Tex Capital. Vintage year of Tex Capital was 2021, so we've been a little more than 1 year in operations now. We were the first venture capital fund focusing on investing in very early stage startups, utilizing Industry 4.0 technologies. Not headquartered in Athens, but in Thessaloniki. So that was the value proposition in the beginning, was to see whether the market could sustain a venture capital fund to support companies with mainly Greek founders from the greater region in order to start their activity and move from prototype stage to MVP stage. We have, at the moment, officially 3 companies in our portfolio, and we are closing with 5 more in the next 3 months. So we are expecting to close our investment period late 2022, early 2023. The good thing is that we found that there is a high demand for investment, even in our region. We have been trying to work closely with other funds, more experienced, that have more years in operations, with George and other venture partners from funds that have been in operations for quite a few years in Athens.
We don't have any vertical that we are interested in, so the fund is agnostic. The only mandate that we have is that we invest in companies that utilize Industry 4.0 technologies. This may be quite broad, but in a way dictates our investment thesis. We are 3 partners. We are always in the lookout for good teams with a good prototype, and we are very happy to get in touch with whoever feels confident of raising new money.
Okay, thanks. And from Thessaloniki to Athens, and Mr. Yorgos Karantonis, from a general partner of PAVILIon Ventures. Welcome, and please, a few words.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I represent PAVILIon Venture Capital Fund. We are 30 million. We have 32 million under management. We started our activity back in the beginning of the year 2018. And actually, right now, as we speak, we have completed our investment activity, initial investment activity. That means that we have formed a portfolio of 29 investments. We already have 1 exit. We sold Think Silicon to Applied Materials, a company listed in the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. And we have also, let's say, liquidated another 2 investments. So right now we have 26 active investments. We invest in early stage, seed and pre-seed. So, and now we are supporting our companies as they grow, providing additional capital, but our strategy is to lead just 1 round. So right now we help and support and encourage our companies to go out, find other investors, preferably investors are from outside Greece, and we provide some capital in the round so that we complete the funds that the lead investors provide. We are doing well. We see a lot of value in our portfolio, and we work a lot with funds, other funds from Greece, funds from the region, and also funds from Central Europe, the US, as well as a lot of angels that also have a role in the ecosystem, as apart from money, they usually bring expertise that can be very valuable to the startups. I think this is a good introduction, and we can elaborate.
Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. Marcos Chrysoglou, Head of Operation of Elstone Capital.
Hi all, this is Marcos. As we said, I'm head of operations at Elstone. Elstone is a new fund in Greece. We're still in stealth mode, launching now. We invest in seed stage from tickets from 500K up to $1 million. Industry agnostic, tech-oriented, around three key mega trends, which is life in the 21st century, digital evolution, and green energy and sustainability. I think, yeah, I'll keep it short. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So, as a news journalist, I was tempted to add some numbers and reach to the conclusion that we have money to use. First question, does the liquidity of the economic environment regarding energy crisis and pandemic crisis and all that affect the ecosystem? And is your work better or worse regarding 5 years or 6 years ago? So I will start with Carmen, who spoke about the early startups. How does the early startups, how are they affected from the situation, the current situation?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. I believe that we cannot talk about early stage startups without discussing late stage startups. Mm-hmm. Because an early stage startup, every startup company aspires to become a later stage company and to seek further capital and to become bigger and bigger and to seek some public offering to some extent. The public offering and the IPO being the holy grail of our industry. And in the context of an early stage startup, when its future, when what it aspires to is to become a later stage company, that means that everything that happens in the later stage company affects it. So right now, for the companies that have been venture backed and that have went to an IPO for the past 2 years have lost more than 50% of their value in the public markets. And there are about 1,000 unicorns in the world who want to go public. And that's their only source of capital, that's a source of exit for their founders, and they don't want to do it because the valuations are terrible right now. And there's 700 SPACs right now, which are vehicles to try to put startups into public companies, that don't have companies to merge with. So when the public environment is so bad, and the prospect of becoming a large company is so meager, and the valuations are crashed of public companies, that eventually leads to early stage valuations. Because if, let's say 2 years ago, in 2020 or 2021, if you become a public company, you make a killing and you're gonna make a public offering for a valuation of 40 billion, right now it's gonna be 2 billion. So an investor making 10x has a very different prospect and can give a very small valuation at the early stage because what they expect to earn at the later stage is so decreased. So it affects valuations and it affects liquidity. Now, in terms of our industry, the good thing about us is that when we close a fund, a venture capital fund, it has a life of 10 years. And regardless of what happens, those 10 years are going to be years, let's say the portion of investment period within those 10 years is going to happen regardless of the public markets. We have to deploy that capital because our investors have entrusted that with us. So we have that freedom here that we already have a lot of capital flying around in our region, in SCE and CEE. And we also have the extra benefit of the fact that, right, I think about 70 or 60% of all funds, early stage and let's say growth stage funds, are actually publicly backed. Government money, which does not stop when the show is so bad in the public market. So we're very lucky. I think our region is absolutely very lucky to survive this. We are in our second year of our investment period. We have 2 more years, let's say a year and a half. Hopefully public markets will pick up, valuations will pick up, and things will start happening again. But we have that cushion of time because we have a 10-year mandate. So to sum it up, I think we have to consider the general macro environment when we're talking about early stages as well. But in our region, I think we're fairly safe given the amount of funding that we already have locked and the public support.
So, Mr. Tsiagas, what about the risk management and how does the risk creates a problem to the idea, to creating an idea that is going to go to spin-off and then to early startup? Do you believe that this environment is going to prevent young people in order to create new ideas?
Okay, let me take it from where Carmen stopped. In general, I agree with what was stated. There is some special interest in each region, in each country, and in each region. If we go back a few years, there were a lot of, especially in Greece, there was a very successful initiative, Metavalon and John Carantoni's fund was part of Equifund, which contributed a lot of funds and effort in building the venture capital industry in Greece. But it had the problem then was that a lot of funds came out at the same time, so there was a huge flux of venture capital funds available, and this may have led to an inflation in the initial valuation for early stage startups that we are in discussion at the moment. This has, in a way, throughout the years, decreased, and the valuations are more reasonable. And I think the crisis will make these valuations even more reasonable. So the upside that we may have with investments in a downside period like the one we are starting now may also give an advantage to funds that are in the investment period at the moment, because the market is a cyclical thing. I mean, you always have ups and downs. The good thing, if you are lucky, if you are competent, and if you are lucky, is investing in a down market and exiting in a high market. Now, regarding the risk, I can tell you more about our region. Thessaloniki has a lot of potential, a lot of high-skilled individuals, not very, the level of the entrepreneurial mindset is not exactly at the stage, at the venture capital. It would be very happy to see teams to feel confident in investing. And so this is something that we are working on with all the teams that approach us, so that we increase the investment readiness of the teams. And we are starting to see that because of a lot of foreign investment taking place in our region, it's the first time, as far as I know, that we have companies throughout the maturity cycle. I mean, big companies, big international companies having their offices in Thessaloniki, providing well-paid jobs, people joining the companies, leaving the companies, and then perhaps starting their own business. So we have this, the market which seemed to mature with its own resources. And we see that giving new potential in the near future. So we believe that in the next couple of years, we are going to see even more teams with entrepreneurial mindset that have grown within this environment, willing to take the risk to start their own business.
Mr. Karadonis, is all this situation maybe the reason that we don't see many unicorns in our region? And when I'm speaking about our region, I'm referring more in Southeastern Europe.
Let me first say that I very much consider Kamen's analysis as a complete analysis. I liked it very much. When we are talking about VC money and VC investment, we have to take into account the cycles. One cycle is the cycle, the 10-year cycle of a VC. So although there is this problematic period right now with the economy, the international economy, we have been lucky enough because a lot of new funds have been created in the last couple of years. So there is money out there. Also, there is the cycle of the startups. Startups usually raise money for more or less 2 years. So if the crisis goes on for a long time, every startup will need new money, because startups are not meant to organically break even. They are meant to spend money in business development and marketing, so they grow aggressively. So although we try to advise our founders to be a little bit more conservative right now, the difference that they can make is not more than a few months. They cannot make anything else. So eventually they will be needing new investment money. One thing that I have to add is that let's say funding source that we see that it is already missing from the market is the corporate investments. We have seen especially big companies from the US to have reacted very quickly to the new situation and to have, let's say, freezed or paused discussions for potential investments, let's say, in portfolio companies of ours. So this is something that happens already. For the rest of it, and when we are talking about Series A, Series B, I think the activity is still there. Now, about the unicorns, I think that there is an evolution in every ecosystem. Of course, you can always have a very lucky event to have a unicorn. Ourselves here in Greece, we may say that Viva is the first unicorn, is the first company, although it is not a full exit yet, but it is a company valued by Morgan Stanley at a 1 billion valuation, more than 1 billion valuation. So, but I think that there is a gradual evolution of the ecosystem. A few years ago, we had the first exit, it was at the range of 50 million. Now we have exits at the range of 200 to 300 million euros. So I think the ecosystem grows, and as you said also, the thing that right now there is a continuous supply of VC money in Greece increases the chances to have, I mean, supports in the best possible way this gradual evolution, and we are very optimistic. Unless, as I said, the crisis goes on for too long and deepens, so we will have to face a new situation. No?
And we have unicorns coming up.
Yes.
Unicorns, yeah. So, Marcus, what do we have to do to get better? What does it take to achieve greatness as a country? As
Okay. Before I go there, like, can I try and get an image of the room? Like, how many of you are entrepreneurs here? By show of hands. And are you all, who's fundraising at the moment? No one. One.
No.
There you go, there are some people fundraising. How many are raising like angel rounds? Seed rounds? Were you?
No, I said hi.
Anyway, okay. I think in order to get better, like what has been happening in the past years, it was, as it says here, it was a founder's market. Like the economy was set up in a way that founders were dictating the amount of money being raised and the valuations and everything. Now it's the other way around. Like the economy has gone towards a VC world, and let's say we are dictating the situation. The best thing to do is like to work together, even though that you might at the end up raising money in a like decreased valuation that you would like a year ago. It's a good opportunity to get the trust from an investment team and work really close together with them in order to grow your company. You should find a way to get investors who trust you, you partner with them, and they help you with business development, and they're not just silent, looking at you without helping you grow. But you need to find active investors who are there every day. You can reach out on the phone and get access to them and get their address book and get access to their contacts and be there to help you with business development and everything. And I think this is what can actually contribute to get things better. You will not have the valuation that you would have a year ago, but you would have a much more concrete business plan and much more structured way to grow in order to get the valuation that you want in your next round or later down the line and have a successful exit when this comes. So yeah, I think that's what I have to say.
I see. So I just had the crazy idea to give these guys to you, but I forgot to ask if we have the possibility of questions from the audience, if there is a mic or something.
Before that, may I add something to what Marcos said? I mean, this is great, and I agree, but you know, this is easier at the first round. I mean, the first fundraise. I mean, if you have raised, you know, it's not easy to make a down round or to. This is the problem. And having said that, I think that our region is, let's say, a little bit protected because valuations were not that high as they were in Central Europe, in the US, and the other developed markets. So maybe there is some opportunity in the crisis because some investors some big investors that are now a bit more conservative, maybe they would go and search for the second and third company in a specific sector that is valued more reasonably. And this is true for, generally speaking, true in most cases for startups coming from Southeast Europe, and maybe this will give an opportunity to startups from our region.
I see. So if there's a question, just nod and we'll find a way to do it. What I would like to ask Sotiris is about public funding. Carmen referred to what's going on in the region. What about Greece? Can we count on public funding?
Southeast Europe, generally, Europe used to be a lagger in venture capital markets. The US was always the leader. We don't have, generally, especially in Greece, we don't have, and perhaps in Bulgaria, we don't have big institutional investors. So this gap is filled by public initiatives. There are private individuals that, or companies that may be willing to invest, take the risk to invest in as an LP in a venture capital fund, but you still need a support for anchor investors, and as there are no other institutional investors in our region, not big ones like pension funds, like other institutions, like funds of funds that are mainstream in the US. Here comes the state and takes this position in order to help the venture capital market, because the venture capital market needs support in order to be able to provide results, not in a very short time. You know, as Carmen said, this is a 10 years game, so you have to be consistent and believe in what you do. So there is public initiatives. Used to be in Greece, we had Tameo Anaptix Neas Ekonomias back in the early 2000s. Then we had the Jeremy initiative, which was a European one. Then we had the Equifund, which was again with Greek public funds managed by the European Investment Fund. And now, as a more mature market, again, Taneo returned with a new name, Hellenic Development Bank for Investments. HDBI has more than 2 billion under management, so there are, as you said, λεφτά υπάρχουν. There was a famous Greek quote back before the crisis.
I'll write it down.
The economic crisis, yes.
Before the economic crisis, yes, by a Greek prime minister. But still, in the venture capital industry, we still have money, and as George said, the important thing is to have the continuity. Yeah. And this is where the public initiative comes in place. You have to have continuity in funding, because you may have an initiative now, and then stop for a couple of years. And the startups then lose, because not of their own fault, because of not having a continuity in the market to support them throughout the cycle. So there goes we have the public initiatives, which are very important in order to get the market at a stage where we can attract big institutional investors, change perhaps in a way the legislation, and then the public initiative may go out of the picture and be totally private.
Yes.
But just to complete to give a complete image of what happens, public money is never for 100%. Yeah. Right, so we always need to match the public funding and to find private investors from, let's say, at least 10 up to 50%. Yes, so public money is to start, and it is because we don't have a proven track record. We are new in this business here in Greece, so we have not returned money to our investors, and we need this support. But still, we need to convince private investors, and this is not easy. Okay.
This is the Greek way, because when Carmen told me that he's going to speak about public funding, my question was, is there such a thing as public funding?
So, we live in the European Union.
Because without the private investment, I believe that all these things that we're talking about would be a dream still. So let's speak a little about the sub-sectors of the ecosystem regarding on what are the fields that you are now investing, and how does those fields are affected from the situation like the energy or the health care or something like this. So, since Carmen, you are working with very early startups, what are the fields that you're working right now?
Right, thank you. We are, as mentioned before, we support companies from all walks of life, basically, all industries, software and hardware, FMCG, again, flying bike. I mean, I cannot stop saying that it's a flying bike. And of course, the current economic environment has repercussions, mostly felt in hardware companies directly because you have a more resource-intensive way of producing every unit of sale, which would mean that any increase in energy prices bumps up your production in terms of cost. It decreases your margin. Every supply chain issue that comes out of the entire, firstly from COVID, then from the war, that ends up in longer times to supply certain raw materials. It ends up being more expensive to do that. And of course, that has an effect. But software companies also get affected by this. And we have an issue of decreased demand generally across the board, regardless of whether that is software or hardware companies. So I cannot say that this is explicitly limited to early stage companies only. I mean, it's across the board.
I see. So let me rephrase the question for Marcos. In what fields do you prefer to invest?
I think, yeah, I went through this in the beginning. Like we have three main megatrends that we invest in, but more or less it's like everyone else, like we are industry agnostic, like we go through everything. We will not only invest in digital businesses, but the megatrends are like technology in the 21st century, life in the 21st century, technology and digital transformation, and energy and sustainability. So it's anything around that, which, as you can understand, it includes, it's very broad in purpose and includes everything. And I think it's just, the same applies for my friends here, I guess.
I see. So, do you want to?
No.
Okay. Since we are reaching the end of our discussion, I have one last question for everyone. Is the ecosystem going to save humanity?
No.
Are we as
purpose is not to save humanity.
Okay. Because right now we are in a very liquid situation, so everyone who does not belong in the ecosystem, like me, as you probably realized, I don't belong in your world, so is asking himself, do we have any hope from the startups?
Yes, the purpose of our existence is not to save humanity. It's like to build startups. Like I started got involved with the ecosystem with startups and everything in 2012 when the crisis was there. Like we didn't die. We will not die now either. Startups were there. They survived and we survived. It doesn't have to do with the economy, in my opinion. Like if you find a way to live through this turbulence, the startups will survive. But
it has to do with relief, maybe.
Sorry?
It has to do with relief, maybe, from the problems that are creating because of the economic crisis. Are you going to provide this relief to the people in order to believe that there is some an uptick, some development?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know, Yorgos, if you'd like.
I'm not sure I understood, but I can say that, let's say, what we try to do is it's an effort, I mean, a coordinated effort to accelerate growth and development. So, yes, some startups will bring new technologies to the market, will even invent new technologies, but will bring them to the market. Some others will, let's say, change the way, disrupt the way some sectors operate. So they will democratize eventually sectors. They will help us get rid of intermediaries and lower costs. So these, in general, are good things to happen. And we are, I mean, optimistic that especially for our country, it will be a driver for economic growth and, of course, prosperity for all of us.
Okay, Sotiris.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we can, if our startups will change the course of humanity. We are hoping to contribute a bit to that. Of course, when we are starting with a team, we always try to see that they have a vision to change things to the better. And this is something that counts a lot in order for us to continue discussions and potentially invest. So what we are trying to do with our little, with whatever power we have, is be part of a global ecosystem which will develop in its way in the near future. I believe that we have to be part of what is happening at the moment in a global scale, and we are providing some means to young entrepreneurs, not necessarily young people, to build on their dreams and give something to the community which will make life better, locally, internationally, or globally. So in a way, I believe we will have an impact down the road.
I was sure about that. That's why I asked. And Carmen, you gave us the prologue of this conversation. Please give us the conclusion also, and let's thank everybody for...
Right. Well, I'm going to be the first one here to say yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're going to be changing the world.
I was pretty sure about that. Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you a story. And it's the story of our country, of Bulgaria. In 2010, let's say 2011, when I was starting out and I was working on startups and I was raising a company and I was trying to do stuff, venture capital wasn't there. And what I thought about doing wasn't a cool product with a presentation that someone just gives me 50,000 to try to create something with it and value me at 500,000 because of that. And that's awesome. I mean, that's incredible that it's happening now, but then we didn't have it. So what can you do? You either bootstrap, or you sell services, or you try to do some trade, buy something here, sell that something there, in order to get some action going, to grow organically and to make something of that company. Now it's so different. And from that point, we had two funds, Launch Hub and 11. It's a shout out to those funds who really developed the ecosystem in Bulgaria. And from those two funds, let's say 100 companies came out of them. Probably most of them failed. Probably most of them didn't make anything. But right now, all of the companies we do invest in, or let's say a large part of those, were part of that first batch of companies, and they've learned how to do that. They've had the experience of fundraising. They've had the experience of growing, of failing, which is an important skill. And then, just from these small things, you can see how it trickles down. We had a company called Telerik, which was acquired by Progress in 2014 or 2016, I can't remember. And let's say it's a 250 million euro exit. But that's not all the heritage that that company leaves, right? From that company, the founders of that company who exited became the most active angel investors within our economy. And they've supported hundreds of companies. From Telerik, people that worked there ended up creating a small fintech company in 2018. My cousin was part of that team, by the way. And he told me, oh, look at this card, we do this, we're going to do expense management for SMEs, it's going to be awesome. And then I said, okay, I don't understand it. There's companies that do that now. And that company is a unicorn now. 3 years later, it became a unicorn. It's Payhawk.
Okay.
And from Payhawk, other companies are spinning out and are creating separate startups that are going to become unicorns one day. And we already have companies that come from Telerik, which are going to become probably the next unicorn of Bulgaria. So these things tend to trickle down to the point where right now in Bulgaria, there's 20,000 people employed in startups, not mature companies, which is amazing. And those people are going to be creating more and more and more. So this will change the world.
Thank you very much for making my dream come true and close this conversation in the most optimistic way and with the most optimistic word, unicorns. I wish you all unicorns, and thank you very much for being here with us. Thanks.
Thank you. Shall we stay or?
No,
no,
we run. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Συγγνώμη για την...
Are you waiting for it?
Καμία σχέση.
Το δημόσιο αλλάζει. Το κάνουμε πιο φιλικό στον πολίτη. Πιο γρήγορα.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που παρακολουθήσατε την πρώτη μέρα του συνεδρίου της Beyond. Θα συνεχίσουμε και αύριο με πολύ σημαντικές θεματικές πάνω στις τελευταίες τάσεις της τεχνολογίας. Καλή σας ξεκούραση.
Γραφειοκρατικές διαδικασίες. Διασφαλίζουμε την ταχύτερη εξυπηρέτηση των πολιτών όπου και αν βρίσκονται, με ασφάλεια και αξιοπιστία. Αναπτύξαμε και εξελίσσουμε το κέντρο διαλειτουργικότητας. Διασυνδέσαμε περισσότερα από 430 πληροφοριακά συστήματα του δημοσίου και εξασφαλίσαμε την άμεση και έγκυρη διάθεση πληροφοριών μεταξύ τους 24 ώρες την ημέρα, 7 μέρες την εβδομάδα. Δημιουργούμε το νέο δημόσιο. Αξιόπιστο, αποδοτικό, γρήγορο, φιλικό.